Now? Yeah, now. Okay, once more. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our panel on restoring the credibility of EU enlargement policy in the Western Balkans. I'm Ralf Fuchs, the director of the Center for Liberal Modernity, Berlin-based think tank dealing with the domestic and international challenges to liberal democracy. I'm not an in-depth Western Balkan expert. Quite shortly jumped in to take over the role of the moderator. I've been very much engaged in the 90s in the Western Balkans, so I will restrict myself on the role really of a moderator. So only a very brief introduction, because we have a very complex topic, little time, and an impressive lineup of speakers. Obviously, over the last decade, the dynamics of the Western Balkans EU integration has stalled, and the credibility of the EU accession perspective have suffered significantly damage in the region. For some countries like Montenegro, the accession process started almost 20 years ago with very poor progress. With other countries, membership negotiations have been started only recently, and others are still kept in the candidate status. So we have a very differentiated situation, and this will be one of the topics. Can we talk about with the Western Balkans at large, or should we have a much more differentiated country-wise and merit-based approach? Now, with the Russian war against Ukraine and the geopolitical challenges the EU is facing, obviously time has come for a new attempt. And there are already some signals from the EU to restart the process. And we will discuss which problems and obstacles have to be addressed by the EU as well as by the candidate countries, and what should be done to restart the accession process and regain some real political dynamics. I would like to briefly introduce our speakers. You will find more information in the conference documents online. I will start with Monika Latmanova. Welcome. She's the head of the representation of the European Commission in Czechia. To my right, Elmar Brok, a long-term member of the European Parliament, one of the, at least in Germany, heavyweights of EU policies. He now is the vice president of the Institute of European Policy and member of the Presidium of the German Society of Foreign Policy. Welcome, Elmar. Agon Maliki, he is policy analyst and media writer, co-founder of Spanka, and member of the International Coalition for Democratic Renewal from Kosovo. And last not least, for now, Srdjan Cvijić, he is president of the Belgrade Center for Security Policy, coming from Serbia. And Guillaume Clossard will join us a little bit later, but we will not wait for him. I would like to start with asking first Madame Latmanova and then Srdjan to each briefly reflect from their perspective on the state of relations between the EU and the countries of the Western Balkans. Why has the process of EU accession lost momentum? And what should be done to revive it? Please.
Thank you, Ralph. Thank you for inviting me and the European Commission representative to have a voice in this debate. I would just like to remind ourselves that we are living in a very exceptional times. The times we are experiencing are clearly unprecedented. The geopolitical shifts which are around us means that everything what was the security in the world only recently just fell apart, and we have to adjust to the new realities. The Russian aggression against Ukraine was something like a wake-up call also for the European Union. And this brought a new impetus also for the enlargement process and for the Western Balkan and the discussions with the Western Balkan partners about the accession to the EU. Only yesterday there was a new impetus in terms of the Berlin process, which happened in Tirana. It was the 10th in the row, and there were some new agreements made between the partners at the Western Balkan and the European Commission. So I would say that we are now in the new momentum when it comes to relations between the Western Balkans and the European Union. And I truly believe that what everybody repeats at the EU level among the leaders, it's true that the Western Balkan belongs to the EU. So no loss of the credibility, I hope, but we can discuss it further.
So what would be your opinion? Should we have a more differentiated approach to this single countries, or should we treat them as a group?
For now, both paths we can observe. So there is an individual negotiations with the different countries, but there is also a call for more integrated regional market, mostly in the economic terms, but also in terms of migration and others. There is a lot of expectation when it comes to the relations between Kosovo and Serbia. Indeed, the de-escalation of the process, the return to the normalization process, the dialogue to be observed now in the future. So let's see, there is a lot of concerns, but there is also a lot of hope.
And what's about the internal homework the EU has to do? We will come back to this later. We have a debate about how far the accession process should be linked to internal reforms. There are different papers and approaches to this issue.
Indeed, indeed.
What is, in your view, the state of things here? Do you already perceive kind of political majority within the EU how to deal with this issue?
Indeed, there are tasks on both sides. That's also clearly stated by all leaders. It's not that it would go only one way around. There is a clear understanding that this two-way process means that we also, as a European Union and the member states, needs to go closer to the partners at the Western Balkan. The question is about the enlargement conditions and the revision of the enlargement process, which is ongoing. There is a clear understanding that it can be done without the revision of the treaties, which would be a painful process. Yeah. Everybody is aware of it. And it was clearly stated by President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, only recently, a month ago, that if there is a political will, it will happen.
And final question for the first round. Is there a position of the Commission regarding the accession process with Ukraine and Moldova? How far should it be in parallel with the Western Balkans, or should we treat it separately?
Now, I think this is clear from what is stated that it's a 30-plus momentum. So I think everybody is observing, everybody is waiting for the results of different reforms which needs to happen. There is now the new growth plan for the Western Balkan, which doesn't include Ukraine and Moldova. They have a different initiatives in place from the European Union. So I think that these two processes are going in parallel, but they are not necessarily linked together. And about your initial question about the merit-based process, I think that nobody ever questioned that it is a merit-based, but as you could also learn recently, there was an announcement that the rule of law report, which counts for the member states only so far, and there was a fourth year of the monitoring process in the EU member states, will be now also open for Western Balkan. So there are changes happening towards Western Balkans and new initiatives toward Western Balkans, which don't include Ukraine and Moldova.
Thank you very much. So, Srijan, the story from your perspective, and maybe you will also a little bit shed light on the, I would say, internal processes in the Western Balkans and how far these countries are responsible, or their domestic political dynamics have been contributed to the loss of momentum and credibility of the EU process.
Yeah. Well, the process lost credibility, for one, because it lasts such a long time. You know, the shortest time span from the moment the country applied for membership to the moment it became a member was, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the case of Finland. It took them 3 years. In average, with the so-called Big Bang enlargement, it took them from 8 to 10 years. The Czech Republic, I believe, 8 years. North Macedonia applied for membership, well, started the whole process in 2004. And as my friend Nikola Dimitrov, former North Macedonian foreign minister, likes to say, is a veteran candidate country because it's already in the process for, you know, almost 20 years. And if we take 2030 as the possible date for the first entries of these countries into the EU, it will take them 26 years. So it's just lasting a very long time. And I would...
We know the games that Athens had been playing, and now
not only
Bulgaria is repeating.
Yes, yes, not only Athens, but you know, to describe this process, and I agree with Ms. Ladmanova, the window, the door seems to be finally opening after so many years. But the problem is that no one believes it in the region. And to describe this, I would use the metaphor of the little boy crying wolf. You know, you know the story, how it goes. Little boy cries wolf, there is no wolf. Everybody comes,
and
he
finally
laughs.
the wolf comes and
nobody comes to save him because they don't believe it. So invert the wolf into a positive thing. The wolf being the EU membership. And, you know, the EU gave so many times these signals that it's opening the door. It didn't happen. We had 2005 referenda in France and Netherlands. We had the world economic crisis. We had the migration crisis. Everything, every single time we hoped, okay, maybe now, if we do our homework, we can do it. There were stumbling blocks on the other side. So people just don't believe it, even if now it seems to be real. I think this is the essence of what's going on in the region, but it's not really only EU's fault. We have our own leaders that do not really believe in this process.
Do not really believe or are not really interested?
They're not really interested in that sense. I think they see it purely as a transactional thing, and they understand that if they do everything what they need to do to become members, they will not only no longer be in power, but most probably, like the former Croatian Prime Minister Sanader, in jail. So they don't have an interest, fundamental interest to push this. So what they do is they perpetuate this feeling within the population that the EU offer is not on the table. We had this in my country, Serbia, for the last 10 years. A daily drip of poisonous anti-Western propaganda from, guess whom, one of the main pillars of Western policy in the region, although a bit of a cynical policy, our president, Alexander Vučić. So basically, from the moment in 2009, when Serbia and then it was North Macedonia and Montenegro got the visa liberalization, the support for EU membership in Serbia was 70%, around 70%. Now it dropped to 46%, which is not bad in comparison to what was being done to undermine it. You know.
So, and who could become driving forces for reviving the EU accession and the whole perspective? Yeah. To whom should the EU and should we address? If, of course, it's different from country to country, but partly the leadership is not really interested, the elites, because they are very comfortable with the status quo. So who could become the engine?
First of all, they're not all the same.
Yeah.
There are political leaders in the region that truly believe in this process. They have their own issues, complicated majorities, why they cannot push it fast. But I wouldn't say that they're all the same. Second, to answer directly to your question, the people. Communicate more to the people and to the pro-democratic, pro-EU forces in the countries, truly pro-democratic and pro-EU forces. I do not believe that, you know, anything you mentioned a bit in the introductory remarks, the sovereignty and territorial dispute between Serbia and Kosovo. Well, do not think that what was being taught for the last 10 years, that autocrats can resolve such a problem. First democracy, then these problems will be solved. Without a democratic Serbia, that is the biggest country in the region, nothing will be solved.
Thanks a lot. Agon, I would like to invite you to step in.
Sure. I agree with most of what Srdjan said. The problem is that over the past decade, we did not really have an enlargement process. We had more of a containment policy towards the Balkans. And it's not the fault of the Commission. It was mostly member states. The EU, for internal reasons, put a stop on enlargement and just basically try to make sure that, prioritize security concerns. And in that sense, this kind of led to this working with strongman leaders approach. So we did not have, and this created a lot of disillusionment in the region, in the progressive forces all over the Balkans. If you look, everybody, the people who are most pro-EU are the most disillusioned with the EU. So this question of who is to blame, I think is, it's a chicken and egg kind of discussion. In Brussels, they like to do a lot of Balkan bashing. In the Balkans, we do a lot of EU bashing. There's a lot of nuances there, but since I'm from the Balkans, I will focus mostly on the EU because we relied on the EU a lot. The transformative process of enlargement, we relied on it as an anchor for democratization, as an anchor for peace building. The reason why Kosovo and Serbia have not resolved the dispute so far is also because we lost that EU perspective in the sense of, borders will no longer matter. There are incentives for everyone to behave. Conditionality was not as effective on Serbia and on Kosovo.
So it's a lack of incentives?
Absolutely. So it just drove everything in the wrong direction. So this is now the problem if we're talking about reviving enlargement. It's not that we will continue from a point where we stopped 10 years ago. The problem is that we will continue from a point of even worse point. So we've deteriorated, especially in democratic standards, especially in Serbia. And especially in terms of geopolitical context. So things have gotten much worse. The people who are most pro-EU are the most disillusioned. So it will be incredibly hard for the EU to restore credibility. And for those, you ask the right question. So who will be the driver? So how does this now restart? Does it come from the Balkans, or does it come from the EU? There are some positive signals, but we'll have to see it to believe it, to be honest. The key problem being, at this point, Vučić and Serbia have become like a real obstacle to everyone. They are engaged in this geopolitical blackmailing of the West, holding all of the region sort of hostage to that geopolitical blackmail. And in a lot of other countries, you have disillusionment in terms of how member states are using the enlargement process for bilateral disputes, North Macedonia being the prime example. So, it's no longer about Copenhagen criteria, it's about history in the case of North Macedonia. In the case of Kosovo, we will only in January 1st next year have visa liberalization. So we were way back even on that issue. So to get people to think about Europe and think about it's increasingly difficult. And in Kosovo's case, there's also the issue of lack of unity within the EU, with the 5 member states not recognizing. Just to get to the issue of how difficult it is to resolve the Kosovo-Serbia dispute, we used to rely on the EU perspective kind of being the anchor for that, But now you have the EU moderating a dialogue between a country that does not want to enter the EU, which is Serbia, and a country like Kosovo that can't because of non-recognizers. So it effectively makes the EU powerless, and it effectively makes conditionality worthless. So we're kind of stuck in this position of how to revive this.
Thanks a lot. You mentioned the history as a factor now, which is playing out, and we have a lot of unresolved historical conflicts, or let's say conflicting narratives about history in the Balkans, including, as we have seen, Greece and Bulgaria, and so. What do you think? Should this problem be addressed specifically, or can we just overcome it if we can recreate a kind of dynamics in?
You mean the Kosovo-Serbia dispute?
Yeah, not only that.
I think because EU enlargement is so distant, it feels still so distant, and even if it restarts in some format, it will still take a lot of time. And there's now talk about sort of gradual accession, first maybe single market or inclusion into certain sectors. I think the priority should be NATO expansion first. It was clear that with what happened now in Ukraine, while EU enlargement had stopped in the Balkans, NATO expansion did not. So in the meantime, you had Montenegro and North Macedonia join NATO. If they hadn't, the Balkans would have been a really, really big problem right now in this particular context. So I think that needs to be sealed off while the EU enlargement process is kind of stalled. So Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina primarily, because they feel the most threatened in this context. And secondly, I think Europe needs to look at the Balkans from a more strategic security perspective. Yes, the countries of the region are not ready to join, and we are fully aware of that. But a lot of other countries were not maybe fully ready when they did. But we can see the benefits now. I mean, here, look at, maybe not Czechia, but we can feel the benefits now in the Balkans of being surrounded by EU and NATO. If we weren't surrounded by EU and NATO in the current geopolitical context, you would have had most likely a new front of the war in the Balkans right now. Yeah. So I think we need to sense that, capture this geopolitical momentum and this security paradigm, call it a bandwagon with Ukraine, and understand that it's in Europe's security interest to prioritize and speed up these things, resolve Kosovo-Serbia dispute, prioritize NATO expansion while EU accession kind of progresses slowly, because while the conflict has not spread, we've shown some resilience. There was an attempt to instigate an armed insurgency by Serbia in Kosovo just a couple of weeks ago, but the presence of NATO and the fact that NATO is all around was a factor of resilience. So we need to strengthen those factors, because maybe last time it did not succeed, but considering the cascade of wars that are happening, there's no guarantee that there won't be a spillover in the Balkans.
Thanks a lot. Finally, Elmar Brok, as a veteran of EU policy, what is your assessment and what would be your recommendations?
I was the other day in on a panel in Dubrovnik with former leaders or the present leaders of the Western Balkans. And as I closed my eyes there in the debate, I thought I would be 10 years ago, the same debate, the same words. But that is the responsibility of both sides. The European Union prepares every year a progress report, called Progress Report, without any progress in reaching the goal. It's not told the truth to the candidate countries, where the reforms have to be to fulfill the criteria. Here must be less diplomatic language on negotiating tables to make it clear, and that not a narrative starts that because of historical reasons, because of particularly fights in countries, fights between countries on the Western Balkans, they are not ready, or as you mentioned rightly, they are not interested.
Some of them.
Yeah.
It happens sometimes, then it's the other party in that country, then we have such a story. So it's not just blame the European Union and it's the lack of credibility of the European Union. Their own responsibility they put on the shoulders of the European Union. But that does not diminish the responsibility of the European Union, to make it clear. First, I was main rapporteur of the European Parliament in the enlargement round 2004-2007. We used a merit-based method, because only then, or we called it at that time, the regatta principle. That is the reason, because if you say, I take them as a group, nobody will do anything. So you need a pressure of competition to become forward. The second point is, because it is now, of different reasons, so complicated, we have to show to the people of such countries progress. We talk only about the final membership. You mentioned rightly Finland 2 years, or Austria or Sweden. But they had different stages.
Points of department.
After European Economic Area, if you have the European Economic Area, part of the internal market, you have solved already 70% of the key of the common legal system. And therefore, we should not only talk about the end, which have to be reached, but do steps now that the people see and feel progress. And nobody talks about that. Neither the Commission. The European Parliament has made such proposals 10 years ago already, but the Commission never followed that. Some member states were happy about it. There's no progress. And Austria and France need now a referenda in order to have a so-called safeguard. And I think here things have to go forward. And what we need is also, perhaps we can debate it later, the integration capacity of the European Union, which is part of the Copenhagen criteria. Sometimes it's forgotten. And here we have to find the right way. And therefore, let's start with, that it also belongs to Ukraine and others, let's start with progress people will feel. And be on that basis, go forward. The example, Austria, Finland, Sweden, is they used the European Economic Area as the basis for going up, like in the Himalaya. Others, like Norway, made a decision that is enough for us. Make such an approach with some intelligence and some fantasy, and not debate without any progress, which I can see at the moment.
Let's come back to the reform issue, the EU reform issue a moment later. So as far as I got it, you would advocate for a kind of gradual process. I just learned that the foreign minister of North Macedonia started an initiative, internal market first, institutions later, so to restart kind of like real dynamics, yeah, to achieve real progress.
It's a good initiative by her.
Yeah. So how would you see that? All or nothing, or stepwise?
I think it depends where you come from in the Western Balkans, you know.
A little bit. Speak up a little.
Yeah, I think this move. I think it depends where you come from in the Western Balkans. You know, if you come from, I don't know, a country where the population doesn't truly believe that there is this perspective coming very soon, and for example, in Serbia, you know, the most staggering data is not the 46%. For only 46% for EU membership, but that the vast majority of the population don't believe that this day will ever come. So if you ask them, maybe, you know, if the political elites sell it, maybe it could work. But try talk to Montenegrins about that thought that they can enter very soon, and now propose them staged accession. It causes quite a lot of commotion. So, you know. Depends of the perspective, really.
Madam Latmanova.
I think it was Agon who mentioned that this whole accession process and then the membership, it's a transformative moment for every country who went through it and who is in it. So for the Western Balkan, if it's the economic progress, I'm not sure, but we can see that there is a lot happening through different subsidies. There are new roads, new railways, new energy plants, new everything. Now, the new initiative on the growth plan, it has a capacity to double the economic growth in the region within 1 decade. So these will be the concrete deliverables, but I don't know if it's enough. The other tangible result, I think it was also mentioned, it's the current peace in the region. It is fragile, of course, given the Kosovo-Serbia situation, but still, as you've mentioned, given the whole context in Europe, I think that people might feel that they are safer than they would be without this accession process. So I'm not sure what answer to give you, what the people need to feel, to be again on the path. Yes, we all want to be in the EU. In the Czech Republic, the country I know the best, we are also observing a lot of frustration within 20 years, which we are celebrating only next year. And when there was a referendum in 2004, 84% of population voted for the accession. Today, we don't want to have a referendum, let's put it this way.
And what is your explanation for that?
It's $1 million question. There was a lot of debates about it and research about it. Of course, there was also the role of the leaders in a way how it was presented to the public, the benefits of the EU membership. I think that the Central Europe can serve as a good example, because what we are observing only these days around in the Central Eastern European region, it is some kind of a historical developments which are not repeating itself, but at the same time can be taken as a lessons learned.
But would you think that, or would you guess that it's primarily a matter of socio-economic problems or lack of socio-economic progress, or do we observe a general trend, I would say, a renaissance of national sovereignty?
Interestingly enough, there is enough of the social economic progress, even though it might not feel so to certain individuals. But as I said, it's more complex on deciding or on finding conclusion why the numbers for the support to the EU are going ups and down. For example, during COVID times, we could see the increase of the trust into the EU, and it was because there has been an unprecedented measures taken together, and lives were saved, etc. Then it went down again during the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. The numbers went up again because of the security reasons. So I think that it is a question of the individual feeling.
Of the added value
and
of
the basic, yes,
member of the European community.
Indeed. And there has been a lot of changes, as we said, there are a lot of exceptional situations we went through in the past 4 years. So the Commission, which has the current mandate, led by the President Ursula von der Leyen, I think that what they were facing and how they were solving the so-called crisis, if I may say, it really became a true geopolitical commission, and we can just discuss what it will lead further, also in the relations with the other parts of the world, but I think it's for another debate.
Thanks a lot. So welcome, Guillaume. Finally, you just arrived at the right moment, because you wrote me that you would prefer especially to talk about the Franco-Allemande expert paper on the enlargement process and how it should be linked to internal reforms. Up to now, we mainly have been talking about why did the accession process more or less collapse, and what is the responsibility of the EU, and what are the responsibilities of the specific countries, and how to revive it. But now it comes to the tricky question: which kind of homework has the European Union to do to be ready for taking in maybe 8 or 9 additional countries within the next 10 years?
Well, I think that there are several things. 6 years ago, with Elmar Brok and a series of European leaders, we prepare a roadmap for European Renaissance, and we prepare a report at the request of President Juncker and President Tusk about the next step of the European Union. And one thing which is very important is Europe needs to prepare its next step with or without the enlargement. The enlargement. And this is very important, because we know that the European project has been designed in a post-war period, where our security was managed by the Americans, where the main driver of globalization after the fall of the wall was trade, when technologies were not so important. And everything has changed. We have a radical shift, and Europe is not designed for that. Europe is not designed for that. We were efficient with the crisis, and the Commission, from a legislative role, they started to develop an executive role. But this is not in the treaty. And this can be done once, twice, but not all the time. So we need to adapt the European Union to a new reality. And what also needs to be very clear is that there is also a strong citizen expectation. You spoke about surveys, Eurobarometers. But if we look at the last year, the last 5 years, more or less, since the British referendum, I mean, the levels are very high. Okay, they go up and down, but they are very, very high. They are beyond 65, 70%. And the level of trust with regard to the European institution in most of the member states is higher than the level of state with regard to the national institution. So we need to have that in mind. And the last point, and I will answer your question, the last point is that when you speak to European citizens as European citizens, they react as European citizens. When you speak to European citizens as national citizens interested by Europe, they react as national citizens. So if you ask the same question the answer won't be the same.
But I would say this is the inherent dynamics of the European Union to be at the same time a union of citizens and a union of states.
Exact.
Yeah.
So if you ask a citizen to think as a member, as a national, he will answer as a national. If you ask him to think as a European citizen, he will answer as a European citizen. And somehow this is a success. It means that somehow, and there are many surveys which show that we have developed at the level of the EU a kind of European societies. And just a last detail, because in my country, sometime in Germany, very often we consider that the real pro-European are French, are German, etc. I'm traveling all the time, and I can tell you that in most of, between comma, the new members, we have very strong pro-European. And one very pro-European country is Poland. Just to remember that 10 years ago, the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, under Tusk, had proposed a kind of federalization of the foreign policy. And who say no, or who neglect the proposal, it was the French.
So, okay.
Now to speak about enlargement and the report. What is very important is the following. I think we consider in France and Germany that we need to enlarge. There is a geopolitical issue, there is a democratic issue, there is a security issue. So we need to enlarge and we need to include the Western Balkan. Second thing, according to what I understand from this report, we don't want a two-level approach. On the one side, Ukraine, and on the other side, the Western Balkan. According to the report. I don't say this is the will of the politician, but according to the report. And third thing, in the report, there is a date. That might be not realistic, but there is a date, which is 2030, to launch the process. And this date is, at the same time, relatively far to give a momentum so that the transformation, the reform, be implemented, and relatively close to be considered as a strong commitment.
Okay, so I think there is more or less general consensus that we should not touch the treaties, and reforms should be conducted below that critical threshold. But which kind of reforms do you think are the most urgent ones to secure the ability of the Union to act, to make decisions, and to act as a political power?
I'm not as sure as I might have been some time ago upon the fact that we have not to touch the treaty. I think we need to adapt the treaty because for a certain number of competences, they need to be updated. So it means that maybe we need a targeted reform of the treaty. Maybe we can use the enlargement treaty to make this reform, but we will have to adapt the treaty. That's my conviction. It was not my conviction 5 years or 6 years ago. I really believe that the potential of the Lisbon Treaty was not used and that we should leverage it. But I think there is this point.
So adoption of the treaties as a precondition for accession?
I think if we don't reform the treaty, well, and the reasons for reforming are not only enlargement, there are other, Europe will dysfunction. So I really believe we need, for me, it would be better it to be a precondition. But it means that we have little time to do it if we really want to do it. But the main thing is not only reforming the treaty, we need to have a European budget. Because we add a series of responsibilities to the EU without the budget. And this is dysfunctional.
Okay, so Elmar Brok, and then I will take over to our speakers from the Western Balkans. I'm very interested how this debate is resounding in your brains. Elmar, would you still stick to the old formula of an ever closer union in terms of the transition of political competences, political power to the EU institutions? Or do we have to rethink what European integration will mean in the future?
You can do a lot without the European Union, but to have a European Union with the internal market, you need the treaty and the legislation.
Yeah.
And legislation for all of them. There might be, as the law called it, the core group which starts, but openness for all the others to join, as is done in certain policies. But we did, between the Maastricht Treaty, which came into power in 1992, which was also reformed towards political competences, political union, as a result of the German unification, 4 intergovernmental conferences to reform the European Union for the enlargement around 2004. Amsterdam, Nice, Constitutional Treaty, Lisbon. And we said in the beginning, deepening before widening, the compromise was deepening and widening. But since then, we have no ambition in the Council and since the last elections in the Commission for any further progress. And in that institutional way to make the European Union more efficient. And that is the main point why within the European Union, people are not satisfied with the European Union because of the inefficiency of decision-making powers. And if we do not become better there, we lose also our own members in the European Union, the citizens in our European Union. And therefore, we have to do 2 ways, parallel. First of all, there's a lot of points which can be developed within the present treaty. Even a sort of majority voting for foreign and security policy, which is written in that.
So
I made myself, it was my last report in the European Parliament of that 2019. And here we have to do much more to make it more efficient. And that must be the Commission President, it must be led from the Council. Why we have a Council President who does not act? Then we do not need a Council President and can come back to the old solution that the national Prime Minister takes over the European Council every half a year. Might be even better. And we have, the Commission President has also no interest in that because of different reasons which would lead us too far when I would explain it. And but then at the same time, we have to look in the further construction of the European Union. I believe that can be done. The enlargement, when we have serious negotiations, including Ukraine, it needs 3-4 years. Then we have the ratification process, which is difficult in some member countries. And in that time, we have now 5 years possibility to discuss the reforms of the European Union seriously, without treaty changes and with treaty changes. But the European Union, with 35 member countries, with the veto principle, total veto principle, and foreign security and defense policy. Defense policy is a disaster, what we do. The European Union member states spend every year 300 billion euros for defense, with a ridiculous result, but they do not cooperate with each other. Now the Finns and Poles buy the tanks in Korea because we are not able to come to a solution to that. We have to do it, for example, in tax policies, which is internal market related. The Apples and others run without paying taxes our economy. We have to find majority voting to have taxes on that, which cannot be done nationally in order to protect our economic environment.
But majority voting can be done within the current treaty framework.
The financial figure, probably not, but a certain progress in foreign security policy. There are several ways. And there is also the passerelle in the present treaty, the passerelle, which still needs anonymity, but is not a treaty change and does not need ratification in national parliaments.
Exactly.
Okay,
And that
so
is the very important point. So we have to use every possibility to go forward. And if we have the pressure, we need enlargement because of geostrategic reasons and credibility and so on. Please, if you want to do that, then we have to make progress here too. And please start to talk about, and do not hope that the candidate countries do not fill the criteria.
Elmar, we have still 9 minutes, so I would like
that
to...
was my second question you gave.
No, please, I would like to introduce now our friends from the Western Balkans to the debate.
Yeah, we're talking about credibility of the EU, and I think if we now focus, on the issue of whether there needs to be a treaty change first before enlargement, I think that would send a very bad signal. We've already had this in 2017, I think, with Macron stating that first there will have to be internal reform and then enlargement, and I think
well,
that...
I can make one remark.
Yeah.
That it was also the biggest sin by Angela Merkel never to respond to Macron's Sorbonne speech.
So,
a big mistake.
So,
There are bigger sins.
So in this
There are even bigger sins.
In this context,
Not
to
since Gazprom
open
was
this
before.
up, this will damage the EU's credibility. I think it's really important for the EU to send a strong message if it wants to, the Balkans will go in, and if there's a date, that is great. But I think what needs to happen, especially from the process part, is on the issue of QMV, for example. A large methodology was reformed a couple of years ago. With these clusters and also the issue of reversibility, so a country can move forward but then also be brought back. But what it did, it created a lot of landmines in the enlargement process, enabling member states to block at whatever stage. So for example, QMV during the enlargement process, of course the membership itself will have to be voted by all member states in the end stage, but during the enlargement process it will help if there is QMV so that individual member states do not block for, like what Bulgaria is doing right now. So to eliminate the space for these blocks, I think this will help a lot. It will make the process more credible. The growth plan that von der Leyen presented in Tirana yesterday, some of the elements of it, infrastructure funding, is definitely used. People definitely need to see more of the EU, more tangible benefits. And she also mentioned tying more of that money with reforms. But I think the two types of reforms that should be prioritized by the EU in this process are the fundamentals, of course, rule of law, but also common foreign and security policy. You cannot have an EU member candidate country play geopolitical blackmail like Alexander Vucic is doing. Like that is totally, it cannot be acceptable. So if we have that, I think you can restore a little bit of credibility, maybe not entirely, but if until now the EU has, I would say, had instead of having a transformative effect, it has actually had a negative effect in the Balkans over the last 10 years. At least it can try to not do too much damage to the democratic forces in the region, and at least try to find ways within the current treaty to reward reforms, to incentivize, and I will end here. I will agree with your point that some of the countries that are doing better should be rewarded to move forward. You have countries like Albania and Kosovo where 90% of the people or even more are pro-EU. Why not move ahead with these countries, or Montenegro, or North Macedonia, which is waiting for the longest? These countries deserve to move forward, but they need a credible process in which they are not blocked regularly by some things that have nothing to do with the Copenhagen criteria.
You made a, I think, very interesting point when you are talking about internal reforms of the EU and how it should be retrofitted, strengthening the rule of law mechanism, to guarantee the basics of European democracy also after the point of accession.
Absolutely.
Now, Switcher.
I don't know if you want to open the floor for questions, because I can...
It was clear that we cannot do it with 5 panelists and 1 hour of time.
Well, I mean, a lot of what I wanted to say was already said. I mean, you don't need... I don't know actually what's a scarier prospect politically, having a referendum, or hopefully not referendum, but voting, Congrès in France on the enlargement of certain countries or on the treaty change, you know. Otherwise, you know, because yes, there is a passerelle clause. I have been advocating for the introduction of QMV for so many times. I mean, but when I'm thinking about actually what at the end of the day needs to happen is parliaments, or in some cases referendum, would need to ratify the Treaty of Accession for future member states. So finally, you know, maybe this will come together, you know. Yeah.
Guillaume.
I really believe the EU competences are not anymore relevant with regard to the time. And there are a certain number of things which were not in the Lisbon Treaty, which should be added to the Lisbon Treaty, maybe targeted. Let's avoid to say we are not going to redo a treaty. We are going to adapt a treaty, which is very different, but to adapt significantly this treaty. And the fact is, if you want to have a bargaining power to adapt, you need to manage the couple enlargement reform. And this is not easy. So this is very political. And this you need to understand, because we really need to change rapidly the EU if we want it to remain relevant. I just want to give you one example. I'm French. My country considers itself to have a great foreign policy. But now it's completely inefficient. If you look at, no, but let's speak frankly, if you look at the foreign policy of the UK, it's nothing. I mean, after Brexit, they disappeared. They can be useful from time to time, but they are just followers.
Guillaume, 1 minute.
No, but it's important, because reality has changed radically, and we need to adapt ourselves to this new reality. Otherwise, the new member will belong to a weak community. And what we have to do, and it's discussion we have with Elmar when there was a Brexit, is we need to really create a transnational European democracy which articulates the community level with the national level.
But this is a totally disputed model.
No, but we can go ahead. There are so many topics on which we have been ahead, which were not considered as realistic 5 years ago.
Guillaume, now I have really to be brutal and to stop you, because I would like to invite Monica for a final statement.
I will be quick. Speaking about the passerelle clause, during Juncker Commission, there were 3 attempts proposed to member states to use it for different types of policy, including the taxation policy, including the anti-discrimination issues. It never went through the member states, but it was during the peaceful times. And I think the crucial word here is adaptation, as you said. The EU proved itself, and this is a good news, to be able to adapt. Look what happened after the Russian aggression against Ukraine. The unity which has been kept within the EU member states is unprecedented. I truly believe that if there is a political will, as it was stated, there will be enlargement process even without the treaty change, or with the treaty change, which will happen without the lengthy discussion we experienced during the last attempt in 2010. That would be my last word.
Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, we have consumed our time, but just entering the big issues, then finally about the future of the European Union, I think they are within the EU are very different and partly controversial ideas about what the European Union should be about in the future, especially the relationship between member states and the European institutions. I totally agree that we have to push these discussions to decisions, but I would strongly recommend to focus on that what must be done necessarily and can be done in the next 7 or 8 years without creating I would say, huge obstacles for new member states. Yeah? And especially in the case of Ukraine, this is of such urgency, yeah, to get Ukraine a real perspective to become member of the European Union. We cannot postpone that until we are united about the finalité of the European Union. So I leave it with that. Thanks a lot to our panelists, and thanks to you for your interest. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Wojciech.
Give me a quick name and okay. Maria, write it here for me. Still good morning everybody. Give us 2 minutes because we have a bonus for you. We have an extra speaker, a surprise. So hold on to your seats.
More people want to know how to make sanctions work.
Yes, but don't go away from me. Don't go too far away from me. Do the photo first? Okay. Okay. You're the boss. Maybe we should just start the conversation. She'll be hearing us. Well, Maria will hear us. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Abdou Al-Kibsi. I'm the Managing Director for Programs at the Center for International Private Enterprise. CIPE, or as they call us in Latin America, CIPE, we're an organization at the intersection of democracy and democracy strengthening, but also on free enterprise in the market, so market reform, market-oriented reform. Hi, Maria. And so the issue, and we're one of the core institutes of the National Endowment for Democracy. And for just full disclosure, I worked at the NED before I joined CIPE. So Forum 2000 is very important to me, and it's an important organization. And this is, to me, probably the most important meeting I attend in the year. And for CIPE, it's been important for us to include economic issues, economic coercion, sanctions, into what democrats and democracy means. It's very important. So, Jakob, Forum 2000, thank you very, very much for allowing us to do that. And the issue of sanctions is not an easy issue to talk, right? So, sanctions have always been one of the tools we've used, right? But with the invasion, with the Kremlin's-led invasion of Ukraine, it has become more important, more necessary. It's a tool to punish, but a tool also to deter. Sometimes controversial. I don't think in this room it is, but we'll test it sometime later. But it has been inconsistent application. So we see the perceptions from the West is different than we see actually on the ground. And there are sanction busting happens all over the world, from financial capitals like Dubai or other places, to actual smuggling of goods. And our experience at CIPE has been actually in Georgia more than any other place. It's not to pick on Georgia, but we've seen that. We've seen how it happens, how even spare parts for Airbus and Boeing planes go from Georgia. And the influences of Russia over Georgia, we see, it helps that a lot. And the Russian population, the Russian citizens of Georgia also give that nexus added importance. So I would like to discuss methods, strategies of how to make them more effective, how to make sanctions more effective. And boy, do we have a fantastic panel for that today. We're so fortunate to have with us His Excellency Jan Lipavsky, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Czechia. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, and thank you.
Thank you. We have His Excellency Wojciech Gerwel, Under Secretary of State at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Poland.
Good morning.
Brandon Silver, Director of Policy and Projects at the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights in Canada. Orysia Lutsevich, Deputy Director for Russia and Eurasia Program at Chatham House, Ukraine, United Kingdom. Thank you. And we're added by Maria Ionova from Ukraine, and that's such a beautiful addition. Thank you, Jakob. Thank you, Maria, for joining us. I'd like to keep you, after you hear everybody, to give us your own comments, because you will frame this for us, because it's about Russian invasion of Ukraine and the sanctions in there. And I'll start with His Excellency Minister Lebowski. The first is the Czech government. If you can tell us what kind of diplomatic strategies you're adapting in light of the sanction evasion efforts, and what are your policies towards that?
Yes, I have to say, first and foremost, that for us, the sanction policies and building up real sanction policy of Czechia and of the EU is one of the most important tasks for our diplomacy, for our foreign affairs policy. And it goes hand in hand on the national level, but also on the level of multilateral organizations like the EU and the others. And for the EU, sanctions really means a very significant tool of foreign policy. And you are very rightly asking about the evasion of sanctions. And of course, immediately after the first sanction regimes were introduced, this question arose. We did not know how it will happen. Now it's obvious that we see the rise of trade through different countries, especially in Central Asia. And there is no simple, easy solution to that. But on the EU level, it's the most important thing which needs to happen, and it's slowly happening. It is EU, so it is slowly but surely happening. It's the change of the principle that those sanctions regimes are valid only for the countries of the EU. So basically, the EU is slowly shifting to extraterritoriality of sanctions regimes, not in a way as we can observe them, for example, in the USA, but in a way that EU will assess, look at, and try to understand what is happening in other countries, and it will have impact later on specific companies. This is something which is very actively being discussed. So it's important shift. It is happening. It is happening on the EU pace, but the Czech diplomacy, the Czech Republic, is very active in that process, and we are supporting that as much as possible. Let me also mention that to have an effective enforcement of sanctions, being it nationally or internationally, being it in the EU, being it extraterritorial, we need to have a set of tools, institutions which are able to monitor flows of goods of dual use, military goods, etc. In this sense, Czechia is very well prepared. We have very good institutions. My ministry, we have a special department for that, secret services, all those institutions regulating different aspects of trade. Ministry of Trade is playing a very important role in that. Also, we need a better understanding on the EU level. It was during our presidency when we were able to add the violation of restricting measures to the list of the so-called EU crimes, which is included in the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU. So those things are happening, and now we need to continue with that.
Thank you very much.
Last but not least, we have our national sanction law, briefly called Magnitsky Law, Czech Magnitsky Law. So we have a national listing, which is very short, but we are very active in the EU to put the new names on it, which we are obliged by the law to do so. So this is one very specific thing which we were able to achieve here in Czechia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I'm going to out you. When I was talking with Mr. Lebowski in the back, he said, I'd rather answer questions from the audience than just talk. So we have this. I'm going to be throwing it at you to ask questions. We'll have some fun later. So we're going to try to make it brief here and then take questions from the audience. And I'm going to address Undersecretary Goebel now, if I may. Poland is in a tough neighborhood, right? So borders are difficult, and you share significant borders with countries where smuggling activities have intensified. What is Poland doing about that, and are you successful?
It's first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's so wonderful to be in Prague, this incredibly beautiful city. Also, the setup reminds me of my own hometown. I come from Gdynia, next to Gdańsk, and in Gdańsk there's a Philharmony with precisely this setting. So it reminds me like I'm in a concert. But also the National Endowment for Democracy. Thank you for your activities, and also it was an inspiration for us to create so-called European Endowment for Democracy some years ago. So, yeah. so great to meet our friends from this organization. But you know, the borders. I get to the borders and this. But maybe just on the sanctions, I cannot agree more with everything that His Excellency the Minister has said. This time has been so important for us to work together and to see Czech Republic taking such a principled position and effective position. It's been a great pleasure to work together. Also, congratulations on the Magnitsky law. You know, when it comes to the sanctions, still, just a few words. We also focus very much now as a priority on the making sure that circumvention of sanctions doesn't work with vis-à-vis Russia, but also Belarus. We always try to remember Belarus pressuring third countries using different legal instruments and so on, that we were also trying to inspire and are now in place. But also we note certain sectors that are particularly vulnerable to circumvention, like the banking sector, for instance, or all the military or the oil imports and so on, the mixing of the oil and then exporting it, for instance. So much to be said about sanctions, but you said to be brief, so I get to the basic points. You know, that's true. It's a turbulent area. So we, as probably most of, I mean, I'm sure all of you know, we have had a special situation on our Belarusian border, and we build this. We build that very strong fence, right? So it's the most protected border now in all of the Schengen zone, and so far we've had like 40 delegations from NATO, Frontex, and so on to look at the technical details, how it works, and there's always this really great opinion. You know, it's a very much a system of sensors that allows us to really survey everything that is happening on the border. Recently, we also introduced certain checks on the Slovak border. This is temporary. This is only in the direction of Poland, and this is following the principles of a risk analysis of the vehicles of individuals only. So not to stop all the vehicles, but it's functioning in all the designated places that you can cross the border. We basically introduced this on this level, but also we have worked on the EU level. You know, there was a meeting recently in Grenada of the EU leaders, and our Prime Minister took some, made some proposals about regarding the stronger protection of the EU external border, about the people smugglers and those who support them, that we should strengthen the fight against them, and so on and so on. So it's okay, just a very general response, but I understand we are looking forward to a discussion.
No, it's okay, but if I can add to that, how's Poland, or is Poland, working with neighboring countries to try to enforce these sanctions? What are some of the efforts you're working on?
The sanctions, we very much work with within the within as broad framework as possible. So of course within the EU framework, that's the most basic framework. But we also are a very strong advocate of working together with the United States, with UK and so on. So we very much we are more effective if we work together. Also circumvention, I mean, it requires a lot of insights, right? So the exchange of information is very important, and also on the even like on the individual sanctions, this is something called EU Global Human Rights Sanctions Regime that is in place now, and for instance regarding facial recognition in Moscow, right? So it's not that we cannot do anything alone. We have to do everything together, right? So it's so the same regarding accountability, for instance, because sanctions is one way to we have to work to diminish Russia's capacity to continue this war effort, And that's the most effective, one of the most effective ways is to not only to provide, some different sorts of support to Ukraine and so on, to strengthen ourselves, but work through sanctions, but also work on accountability measures. And here, for instance, we have our prosecutor's office in Warsaw working on this. It has already had 1,400 witnesses and so on that it heard the testimonies of. But then, we build on this to work together, for instance, on this justice. It's called the justice, let me just check the justice, joint investigation team. So we had we now cooperate with Lithuania, Ukraine, Slovakia, Estonia, Latvia, Romania, and so on to work together on this. And then, so, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to switch to Brandon, and you're a human rights lawyer. You work for a human rights organization, and it's a tough question for you. But as we're applying sanctions to punish the Kremlin for all its aggression in Ukraine and all what's going on, how do we differentiate that, at least attempt, and make sure that what we're trying to do to punish Russia and deter Russia from its aggression, we're not actually punishing the Russian people themselves?
Well, thank you, Abdu. It's an important question. And I think being in Czechia, I'll quote Czech novelist Milan Kundera in response, that the struggle of man against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting. So at the outset, let us not forget that when we talk about sanctions or laws, what we're really talking about is lives. The people butchered in Bucha, the 1.1 million forced deportations, including 250,000 children. Our responsibility as free nations to ensure that our banking systems, our economies are not complicit in those crimes, that those who are responsible for denying the rights of their compatriots, not only in Ukraine, but in Russia as well. I know Vladimir Kara-Murza is a friend. We've got many people in the audience from the Russian Democratic Opposition, that people who are denying their rights are not able to enjoy the freedoms that they deny them at home in our countries abroad. And, I believe that sanctions are already having an effect on the architects of oppression and aggression, and stopping the financial flows that fund their oppression. These visa bans, asset seizures, business dealing prohibitions are ensuring that our economies are off limits to those bad actors. And I want to publicly commend Minister Lipavsky for his important work in adopting the Magnitsky laws in Czechia that he referenced, because I think those are a very effective response to the question that you raised. It ensures that these are laser-targeted sanctions on the entities and the individuals that are responsible for these crimes. And the only issue that I think, sort of dovetails with your question comes down to enforcement. We have to make sure that after these listings are undertaken, after these bad actors are designated, that they cannot continue their crimes against those victims. And, something we've been advocating for at the Wallenberg Center, our institution is co-chair of a global civil society coalition on sanctions. So there's about 400 other NGOs working on sanctions issues and that are a part of this group. And something that we've been calling for is a government sanctions coalition. So a coordinating platform for all those states that have Magnitsky laws to ensure that asset flight doesn't occur. If Czechia were to sanction someone, or if Canada were to sanction someone, they could pack their bags, move their businesses to the UK. If the UK sanctions them, they'll move to the US. We have to make sure that there's greater coordination. Our coalition did a study analyzing most Magnitsky jurisdictions and actually found that the vast majority of designations are done unilaterally. Now, don't get me wrong, moral courage is important, and if you have information, you should act upon it. but it's all the more effective if it's done in unison and if there are a number of states collectively ensuring that their jurisdictions are off limits to those bad actors. So I think establishing such a coordination group should be a priority for states that are looking to ensure the protection of human rights of the victims and also ensuring that civilians are protected from something that isn't too broad, but also to protect our own national sovereignty. You've written extensively, Abdu, on the corrosive effects of corrupt foreign capital, and I think this is about protecting our own citizens too from the dangerous effects that these bad actors have by allowing us to launder their assets in our jurisdictions.
Thank you very much, Brandon. And the human rights issue has another side of that coin. Maybe we should all work together on an education campaign for those who are engaged in sanctions evasion. They're actually enabling human rights atrocities inside Ukraine. They're enabling the rape, they're enabling the murder, they're enabling the mass displacement of people inside. These are human rights aggressions. Anybody who's engaged in the evasion of it is actually enabling these human rights aggressions. Something to comment about it before I go to next one?
Yeah, well, I think these people are bad actors, and education won't prevent them from continuing trying to do so. I think firstly going after the enablers. So who are allowing these crimes to occur? It requires law firms, accounting firms, a lot of people that could potentially be persuaded. Those involved in sanctions evasion, I think can be stopped by stronger laws, by stronger coordination, things like publicly accessible beneficial ownership registries that allow the public, that allow civil society to do a lot of the work. Again, I'll quote another great Czech statesman who inspires us all, Václav Havel, when he said that civil society is the truest fundamental of democracy. It shouldn't only be, as Minister Lipavsky referenced, Czech security services, intelligence. I think the work being done by human rights organizations, by journalists in tracking these assets have been really effective. And if they're given the resources, if there's a beneficial ownership registry created, they could track down these assets, and we could ensure that those bad actors are sanctioned and that those who enable them are sanctioned. And finally, from the rhetorical effect you described of how do you educate, I think that something we should be discussing a bit more is asset repurposing. So not only freezing, but seizing. Take those assets and, if it's about Russian aggression against Ukraine, it can be used for the reconstruction of Ukraine. If it's about victims who've lost livelihoods, limbs, loved ones, it can help redress those crimes and help them rebuild their lives. And I think the message that sends, of a perpetrator no longer able to benefit from those resources, but rather the stories of the victims or of the destruction being centered of what this money actually means. That money is not just amorphous, it is tangible. It means these lives that were broken are being rebuilt, and these properties that were destroyed, these centers of civic society can be rebuilt, and that changes the narrative, I think.
Thank you, Brandon. We're going to shift again, Orysia, if I may. I mean, Chatham House is known, one of the top think tanks in the world, and I know you've done studies about this. So maybe if you can give us a brief but deep dive into key strategic vulnerabilities in the current sanctions framework against Russia. What are the vulnerabilities in them, if you can enlighten us?
Thanks, Abdu. I think the first piece I wrote when Russia, bombed outskirts of Kyiv on the 24th of February was about sanctions being an economic weapon. If we don't want to send our soldiers from the West, if we don't want to, help Ukraine in any other way, this is the bare minimum that should be done to actually. And this is the question: what should it do? Because you mentioned quite a lot the word punish. Yeah. While you were introducing. I think there should be three purposes. We should be very clear of what we are trying to achieve with sanctioned weapon. And that is to basically curtail the authoritarian system, to put it back in the box, because Putin was master of different jurisdictions, including London, including Zurich, including Denver, including Florida, you name it. We also need to prevent the reconstitution of the armed forces of Russia to continue the war. And we need to put pressure on the system. And this is where I slightly disagree with you about whether people, where we should making this distinction and thinking too much about the Russian people. Russian people support this war. Well, you know, there's not massive protests. Yes, we have some political prisoners, but we do see Russian people supporting imperialism. Widely, it's shown in all public opinion polls. So we do want to show to Russian people that basically autocracy cannot deliver them good life. Because if we provide good life to Russian people, they will never ask themselves the question what they did wrong. So I think it's very important always to remember this question, why are we doing it? Because many people are now saying sanctions are not working, sanctions didn't deter Russia. You also mentioned deterrence. They didn't deter Russia, so somebody might say, look, it's not working. But I actually think they are working. And our analysts estimate that Russia has already lost about 1.5 trillion in foregone economic development, losses of assets, trade, industrial production. That is roughly an annual GDP. It's a lot. Russia is deindustrializing. Of course, it still can trade, sell its energy resources, and we do see the increase in trade with India, with China, but not only. We actually have an increase in trade with the Netherlands, the Belgium, and that is LNG, this is energy resources. So it's all good to start, for example, imposing secondary sanctions like Americans did on the Chinese companies, right? They've listed 42 companies, but again, Ukrainian monitoring shows that they're out of 172 components that are being used in drones. Majority of them comes from US Texas Instruments. 120 of those parts were coming from, and also Japan, Swiss, and China was down the list. So I agree with the panel here that we should clearly focus on evasion and close all those loopholes. But we should work on a new package of sanctions. This is the European Union, I think, was it like 12 or 13 now? I lost a bit counting, but we need, and what these sanctions should, the package should, they should show that we mean serious about this. That it's not going to fall apart in a year or two, that Russian elites must understand that they will not be able to come back to any financial markets anytime soon. They will not have any access to technology, including oil and drilling technology. That is the backbone of Russian economy. They should look very closely at the defense industry, at Russian nuclear industry, at propagandists that are spilling this vicious disinformation inside Russia and militarizing their own society. We should clearly confiscate those assets. And here US leadership is key, I think, because EU will, in a way, look very much up to what the United States is doing. There is a special working group on assets trying to find out the legal solution to this. But I think it requires more political leadership than legal solution. And finally, I'll say it's about Western companies still working in Russia. We have, out of those 3,000 that declared that they will exit, only half exited. And so they still fill in Russian coffers with their tax revenues that then kill Ukrainians. So it's important to also look at our own reflection in the mirror of our own economies and vulnerabilities that we have within that help Russia fill in its war chest.
Thank you, Orysia. Maria, you've heard all of them. You've heard me. If you can tell us your perspective as a Ukrainian, and what are the sanction evasion doing to Ukraine today?
Thank you, Abdul. Dear Minister, dear colleagues and participants, as a member of the Parliament and a member of Foreign Affairs Committee, of course, I'll be talking very honest on this very unpleasant topic, as already mentioned, for many governments. And we also realize the sacrifice, economic sacrifice of other countries. But let me tell you that in Ukraine, the war is already almost 10 years. And also, sorry to remind, but when there was no adequate reaction in March 2014. We also remember cheap gas for Europeans and very big and fast money. And that was a green line for Putin to go further. And that is why today is 601 days of full-scale invasion. And I think that this honest conversation, and I really thanks to Forum to Southern, that we can discuss, it's really very openly, that we also have to give very adequate and honest answer, because as also a lot of my colleagues has mentioned during the panels, this war is not between Russia and Ukraine. This war is also against Putin, against international law, and not only between democracy and autocracy. And that is why altogether and only in unity we can really stop him in Ukraine, because he will not knock to other European countries. He will just bomb and send missiles and rockets one moment. And in this regard, of course, we are not asking boots on the ground. And we really appreciate all the support what we have already got. And also we really thanks also Czech Republic for the weaponry, for the sanctions. It's really very brave and decisive decision, but we need also help on the policy, as Orisa mentioned, on the battlefield of sanctions and also international law. And that is why I will say that number one, again, not to forget that the strategy of each country has to be that Ukraine is just an overture for Putin for another countries. Yeah. My second issue that if we will see the sanctions as a factor for strengthening your resilience and independence, so like for each country, because it's also cleansing your economy and, you know, to find all this toxic influence of not only aggressor as Russia, but also other rogue nations. For example, again, my favorite topic, gas. If we will see that to get cheap gas and get some economic bonuses, but nowadays we see how now Europe is spending billions, of course, for example, for green economy, for for new technologies. So it's really better for their own economies. So my third issue is that Russian sanctions against Russia must be extended to other key economic areas, as Orisa also has mentioned. Not only nuclear fuel, not only banking system. Unfortunately, among 330 Russian banks, they were swept off only around 30 banks. So also it's about LNG, it's about logistic marines transporting companies. So it's about military goods, as Orisa also has mentioned. So, you know, not to finance impunity. And also not to, I don't want to say this word, but not to be a complice of Russia Federation. So, and more sanctions, and I think that it will be less support of India and China to Russia Federation. So we will cover many sectors. Also, I think the biggest sanction against Russia is membership of Ukraine's membership in the EU and NATO. And that is why I think that altogether we have to work and with Americans that Washington summit has to be successful in spring 2024. You know, not to be afraid. We are talking here really about political leadership. We really are talking about very operative and decisive decisions. And when I'm talking about international justice, so it's also about international court, because now we hear that a lot of discussions about not international court, we say internationalized tribunal. So it's different, it's like hybrid. We really do not want to accept any hybrid stories also about like some other security guarantees and so on. We have to be very clear, because it's not only about us. And my final message, it's also about our common intelligence agencies. Unfortunately, they have failed in a lot of topics. So I think that it will be a great job, to review their work in economic issues. And Russian society. More sanctions to Russia Federation. It will be more, more discussions inside anyway Russian society, because every day Putin sent them to war. And it's Russian people who are killing, who are raping, and who are tortured. That is why they have also to be punished. And about informational war. I'm sure that, and I really would like that all EU and G7 countries has to cut so-called Russian journalists, opposition journalists, from their societies, because we have already had this time when we had so-called Russians opposition journalists. We failed, and that is why we don't want them to poison another societies. To finalize, value or price. And I think that we have to be clear on this.
Thank you very much. You can see how rich this panel is. So we have this. I'm going to come to you if anybody has a question. I have a lady in the back. But before I do that, if you allow me, it occurred to me, I wish Jakub was here. By a audience participation. So, and a very, very scientific poll right now. So by a show of hands, how many of you feel sanctions are working? It's okay. Partially, they're working. Okay, good number. Now, how many of you feel we should keep them on, if not strengthening them? Almost unanimous. Almost unanimous. Almost unanimous. Forum 2000, record that as part of the output of this session, this very scientific poll. I don't know if technology, can I walk back and forth with the microphone? With this on me? Yeah. The lady there? Yes, just speak into it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions, but they're relatively quick, so maybe you can just give me a few answers. So what is the EU stance on secondary sanctions? So the US has already sanctioned a few, for example, Kyrgyz companies that were accused of sanctions violations and helping Russia get sanctioned technology. What is the EU's position on that? Because the EU is notorious for not wanting to apply secondary sanctions. It was mentioned that the sanctions circumvention is already illegal on the EU level. So the last time I checked, the draft law is still being reviewed by the European Parliament. So I would just need a clarification of that. Is that legal? Is that illegal on the EU level? I'm curious what also the EU is going to do about the trade with third countries. So some EU countries stopped trading with Russia as much as before the full-scale invasion. But if you look at the export-import statistics, Germany, other countries, sales to Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, other stands in Russia's periphery have increased by 300, 400, 200%. And there's this basically a lot of goods that just disappear, right? So this is like a big black hole of sanctioned stuff that just goes through these countries to Russia. And finally, what are you doing about the gas curve out for a few countries within the EU that are still getting the gas, like Austria, I think, Slovakia, and so on? So if you could address all...
If you can identify yourself quickly, just name, organization, and country.
Sure. So my name is Anna Romandash. I am a journalist from Ukraine, also a researcher on sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Arnan, for doing that. Open to anybody you want to answer. Please, Your Excellency.
Very good questions. And it's obvious that all those three areas are something where more can be done. Secondary sanctions circumvention, that's the big theme which the EU is slowly moving on, probably not fast enough. But there are initiatives, there are different ways. Of course, to get agreement of 27 member states, it's not sometimes very easy. But I feel that this is a priority for Commission. So so we can see those numbers. but it doesn't mean that we are not, that the EU is not working on that. Same goes for the trade, and I think we need to distinguish how dangerous the goods which goes this way is. I think first and foremost we need to focus on things which can be directly used in war, and then maybe try to continue with the others and find the right way how to enforce our sanctions also extraterritorially. You ask about energies. It's a reality of Central Europe that part of the Central Europe is, I would use semi-dependent on those Russian deliveries. Hungary is adamant that they will deliver, that they will get whatever they need as long as they need. But my government, Czechia's government, is doing everything to get rid of the dependency on the Russian energy deliveries. So now we are fully independent on gas through the LNG in Netherlands. We are looking for other ways how to interconnect through Poland. This is the project Stork, which is not now being materialized, but the idea is here, and I think it will remain here for some time. We are upgrading a pipeline going from the TERS through Italy, through Austria, to Germany and to Czechia. So we are switching our refineries, also in Polish hands, by the way. So cooperation with Poland is very important on our energy security. And we are also getting rid of the dependency on nuclear fuel. So we are doing our homework, and I think it's a good example for other countries in Central Europe to do it the same way, even though we know that the position is what it is. So definitely Czechia is okay, and we don't need basically any more derogations from sanctions, since I hope that in the new sanction packages, as they are being rolled out, since we were able to solve it like this. So.
Thank you.
But it will be decided, so this is not the final statement of my government on sanctions.
Anybody else?
Yes,
please.
So maybe just a few words just to also complement. I wanted to underline that even if some goods Russia manages to procure through third countries, it's very important to note that even if in fact physically the goods are reaching Russia, they are reaching Russia at a higher price and through a more restricted channels. So it's actually, it is not a proof that the sanctions are not effective. They are circumvented, but they are effective in this way. And if we look at a kind of from the bird's eye perspective on the effect on Russian military capabilities and so on, we see that they are working, and not, you know, and then we should also appreciate that the secondary sanctions were a taboo in Europe forever, and we managed to break it now. It was the 8th sanction package that we worked also together, Poland with Netherlands, pushed through these issues, then you know, made a lot of progress further. So it's of course it's always we want ever more, as the minister said, but we really have achieved a lot, and then there were so many things that were mentioned, but I don't know if I should have.
It's okay. You can come back after anybody else.
Okay.
Just follow up on this question:
Please.
whether there is an appetite for a new package of sanctions. Do you think this will be put on the table? Anything concretely discussed
at the
towards
EU
the
level?
end of the year? Yeah.
In Brussels.
Well, the 12th package of sanctions is very much being discussed, and we are very active, of course, in this discussion as always regarding individual sanctions. That's we have always worked on the strengthening the lists and so on, and regarding the different sectors, right? You know, many were mentioned already, but you know, one wasn't mentioned, diamonds, for instance, right? And So we are very much working on this and on the 12th package of sanctions, and we hope that this will happen.
Are you optimistic?
I'm optimistic.
Good.
That's about okay.
I think, Abdul, that thank you, Minister, for such an example, and I kindly ask you to use all your political efforts to share with this experience, especially with the other neighborhood countries like Hungary or Now we also see some challenges, of course, in Slovakia. That is why I think your experience and your example has to be multiplied, and also regarding compliance regime. I think, again, I really would like to underline about this cooperation for countries of G7, NATO, and EU on intelligence security, because it's also about struggling, it's also about all the monitoring in the systems and economic operators. So I think that this international criminal network as well will be successful if we will use more synergy between the institutions.
Okay. What can we do about allies, sometimes close allies in different areas that are actually supporting sanctions evasions? Is there something we can do about that?
We raised this question wherever, you know, I had a few trips to the Caucasus recently, and, you know, like we mentioned Central Asia and so on. These are partners with all our countries have multi-layered relations and so on, comprehensive relations, and it's important to apply political pressure. But I think more importantly than political pressure, I think they react to real EU legislation, right, and real EU regulations that are going to affect companies that are going to avoid the sanctions regime. I think this is really something that a lot of countries, I think, takes increasingly seriously, because they see that Europe is increasingly serious about it.
Thank you.
Let me just jump in.
I will come to you, but if you have any questions, please raise your hand and look at Ernan. There's a lady in the front here after we finish, but anybody else, please raise your hand, and my friend Ernan will bring the microphone to you. But before that, I want to listen to
just one comment on the importance of exposure and transparency. And this is where, you know, investigative journalism, civil society comes. And I do know that in Ukraine there are a lot of very, you know, powerful coalitions to actually expose sanction evasion, to advocate for making Russia pay for its atrocities and destruction. And I think that there's one question: what do we do within the alliance? That is actually where we have some compliance and standards. Another one, what we do with countries like Kazakhstan. There was an interesting turn of leadership saying that they will now comply with sanctions. Whether they will walk the talk, it's something to watch. But I think, you see, once there will be a sense that Russia is losing, more and more countries will be abandoning trade because of the damages it will cause for their own future. So the sanctions are closely related to Russia's failures or successes on the battlefield. So that is why kind of putting this two-track pressure could be really effective. It's not one or the other, and we should always remember that they are hedging their bets. Those countries that are, you know, trying so far to perhaps avoid it and do some service to Moscow, once they see that Russia has no chance of winning it, that we'll see more and more countries complying.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I mean, everything Orysia has been saying is incredibly important, and I think it's important to remember the rhetorical and reputational value of sanctions as well, that has a much wider resonance beyond just those who are sanctioned. You'll recall the massive flight away from Russia of international companies operating there, because they realized that whatever money they're making operating in Russia is not worth as much as what they're losing reputationally and in terms of concrete costs internationally, because of how horrified the world is and continues to be by Russia's acts of aggression and atrocity. And I think, you know, when you're talking about how do we work with allies that aren't necessarily stepping up as much as they should be, that works just the same with them. The more we're exposing the evasions, as Orysia put it, but also the more that we're talking about the crimes, it makes it unacceptable for them to continue to evade sanctions. But I would add one point as well, that we should look for more allies. There's a lot of countries on the sidelines that could be encouraged to stand up. And I know I said it before, but it's worth reiterating how important and the moral clarity and courage of Czechia in going beyond the European Union sanctions model and having an independent, autonomous domestic sanctions framework. And I think that provides a model for many other countries within the EU, but also outside the EU, and that just strengthens enforcement and coordination in other jurisdictions. So I think we need to be encouraging other parliaments, other governments to be adopting their own Magnitsky laws and frameworks and to be acting upon them.
Thank you very much.
And also, Brendan mentioned regarding synergy between NGOs and the governments. I think that it's really very good point because it's also about communication campaign. You know, the synergy again and networking, especially between Ukrainian NGOs and other NGOs, the speed will be different. And also, I'm sure that the decision-making process, this timing will be different. When we are talking about war crimes, for example, Groza, village Groza, for 1 minute, almost 60 people of the village, it's like part of the village, have been killed.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have also to show these pictures and photos that this is civilian people and it's the whole families have been killed.
I think you both have identified a very important point here. The issue of synergies and coalitions, not just across countries, but within a country itself. How can you build these coalitions? And don't forget the private sector. Don't forget the businesses that are so essential to making sanctions work. And if you want them to be part of sanctions, they have to be part of the decision-making about sanctions. So their voice needs to be heard as we're designing these sanctions moving forward.
I think that we have this example, for example, in the EU during COVID time.
Yeah,
that was a
exactly.
compensation mechanism. I mean, that was discussions.
Exactly.
So it's doable.
They need to be part of the conversation upstream, not just downstream. Here you have to do that. But upstream, when we're designing these policies, they have to be heard. What works and what doesn't work. I'm sorry, young lady, you've been waiting for so long. Identify yourself and then be as brief as you can.
Yeah. My name is Jala Bayramova and I'm from Azerbaijan. My father, Dr. Gubarbadoğlu, has been investigating that how Azerbaijan is selling EU the Russian oil, Russian gas, especially gas and oil. And now he's in prison, he's arrested. He cannot even move, has a dysfunction on his left heart. My mom was beaten by Azerbaijani police, all her body in bruises. And I am not even talking about how according to Freedom House, Azerbaijan human rights condition is worse than Russia, Iran, and Belarus is exactly the same as China. But I agree that we need to, with Mr. Litsevich, that we need to close all loopholes, including Azerbaijan. But Azerbaijan is still gaining a lot of reputation and still being praised and still has been like abusing everybody in the country. Just yesterday, the Eurasia.net published that Azerbaijan is going to refine 200,000 barrels of Russian oil every day. And if we're going to sanction Russia, but let Azerbaijan to provide everything with Russia, sell their oil and gas to the EU, what is the meaning of the sanctions?
Thank you very much. Yes, human rights within a country and sanctions and how that relates. Anybody want to answer that? Maybe you, Brandon, that's your area.
Sure. Well, firstly, thank you, Jala, for raising that important point, and also just to affirm that I'm sure I speak for everyone in the room when I say that we stand in solidarity with your father who's facing unjust imprisonment and admire his courage in standing up for his principles and you know, paying the cost for that. You know, I think her point is so apt in that, you know, we can't just look at this as, you know, I remember from the Narodna had put it as a Ukrainian issue or a Russia issue. This is a new Cold War of rights-abusing regimes, atrocity perpetrators versus the free world and rights-respecting regime, rights-respecting, you know, countries, democracies. When you look at the coordination and cooperation of Russia with Iran, with China, with North Korea, all these bad actors coalesce, and I think we're doing ourselves a disservice as free societies to pivot from one authoritarian regime, however heinous it might be, to another one. We have to work collectively, coordinate as free societies to ensure that we are going after all the bad actors wherever they may be. And I do not think it is arbitrary or random that President Vladimir Zelensky was the first world leader to speak out, and persistently so, on Hamas's heinous acts of aggression against Israeli civilians. Russia denies Ukraine's right to exist. Iran denies Israel's right to exist and is seeking to annihilate via its proxy Hamas. And they are coordinated, they're acting together, and we must support Ukraine with its right to self-defense under international law to ensure that it wins in this war, and we must do the same with Israel to ensure that it denies Hamas the ability to carry out these acts of aggression and atrocities against civilians. And I think the fact that, Iran is supplying drones to Russia, Russia's providing diplomatic support and intelligence to Iran, all of them are coordinating amongst each other. And if we are pivoting to another authoritarian regime, even if they're not necessarily aligned in terms of values, in terms of systems, they are aligned. And I think to the second point of Zhela's question about Azerbaijan in particular, and the case of her father as a dissident, we need to be centering those stories. When you talk about the messaging, Azerbaijan or any other authoritarian regime, they pour in a ton of money into our democracies. Again, going back to Abdu, some of your research on corrosive effects of corrupt foreign capital, it muddies the waters. It makes it harder to tell the good from the bad. So I think when we focus on the individual stories of people like Zhela's father, it really exposes the corruption of some of those systems. And sanctions can be a tool for that too. Arbitrary detention, hostage-taking is a grave breach of international human rights law, of our common humanity, and sanctions can redress that while also centering those stories. So when we see a political prisoner, we should be implementing targeted sanctions on all those involved in their arbitrary detention, from the prison officials to the prosecutors to the false witnesses. Our sanctions coalition did that in the case of Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is a regular speaker here, sentenced to 25 years in prison in Russia for opposing the war of aggression against Ukraine. And that set a precedent. Canada, and then the US, and then the UK sanctioned his oppressors. And we hear from Vladimir in prison that the guards watch out. They say, hey, please make sure that we're not on the sanctions list. And to conclude, I would say, for Hamas's holding of over 100 Israeli civilians, an elderly wheelchair-bound Holocaust survivor, a 6-month-old baby, that those hosting Hamas leadership, Qatar, Turkey, and those with direct command responsibility in international law for those crimes, they should be sanctioned too. Sanction the Qatari officials, sanction the Turkish officials.
That's what I'm talking about when you talk about allies. That's what I meant when I talk
exactly.
about allies. But we're out of time. I wish we had 2 hours for this. It's such an important discussion. But please, join me in thanking this wonderful, wonderful panel. Minister Lipovsky, Brandon Silver, Maria Ionova, member of the Ukrainian Parliament, Minister Gervel, and of course, Oressia. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it.
I mean, I do hope we find time for Q&A. I think it'll be interesting. It's about an hour. So, yeah. Well, let me decide. Well, thank you. I think we can start. Thank you all for coming to one of the last panels of Forum 2000. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've seen happen in artificial intelligence world of policy, and then we will open the floor with our panelists to hear what they have to say, what they've experienced, of the impact of AI on their work in their respective countries. So in 2018, two international organizations, namely Access Now and Amnesty International, launched what is called the Toronto Declaration on Human Rights and Artificial Intelligence. The declaration, endorsed by other international stakeholders, addressed the risk of human rights harms associated with this technology, particularly regarding the right to equality and non-discrimination. More specifically, the declaration set out tangible means of upholding equality and non-discrimination and clarifying the obligations of states and responsibilities of companies to protect human rights in the development and use of machine learning, this technology that was feeding the machine learning, emphasizing the importance of accountability for human rights harms and the importance of access to effective remedy to those who suffer human rights harms in the context of machine learning systems. Now, as the description of our panel notes, there are more or less two separate streams on the present and the future of AI. Those who advocate for the use of technology in all spheres of our lives, and those who are more concerned and therefore cautious with just how much, how fast, and how accessible it can or should be. My observations thus far is that those who are calling for regulations, guidelines, and some kind of framework around AI technology are largely civic groups, organizations working on data privacy, digital security organizations, or internet freedom organizations, and movements that focus on digital rights. While those who see it as a magic solution to many of the problems are largely businesses, corporations, governments, and companies that have their own stakes in the pie. In the case of the latter, we are certainly not seeing right-centering policy that would ensure AI and machine-assisted learning and decisions to not harm human rights. As such, having accountability measures in place is imperative. There's also the European Union's AI Act that many advocates for greater transparency and accountability have worked on, and which is yet to be adopted. The AI Act's Article 6 is one of major concerns, especially for the EU member states, because it basically would allow developers of AI-driven systems, AI technologies, to decide for themselves if they believe the system is high risk, which effectively means that the same company that would be subject to the law has actually given power to unilaterally decide whether or not it should apply to the company itself. Now, we need to know how AI is used in regulating online content, just as we need to know what personal data is used to enhance machine learning capabilities. Think local facial recognition, for instance. Or as Daniel Lufer, the man behind AI Myth Project, describes it on the website of the project, and I highly recommend for any of you to actually go and visit the website. It's really great. And I quote, "With every genuine advance in the field of artificial intelligence, we see a parallel increase in hype, myths, misconceptions, and inaccuracies. These misunderstandings contribute to the opacity of the AI systems, rendering them magical, inscrutable, and inaccessible in the eyes of the public." So why don't we kick off our conversation with your respective views on this hype around AI and how it really affects your work in the context of your work. And Violeta, especially from you, I would be really interested to hear whether this EU Act has been discussed in the business sphere of countries that you work in. So I'll kick it off, and perhaps we start with you, Xiao.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I teach and doing research at School of Information and UC Berkeley. I also found and run a website, news website about China, study China's internet censorship, but also following closely on the development of what I call the digital authoritarianism. This fascinating but extremely important question of AI. Let me start to share some of the researchers' at this point, general view, or you can say it's from me, and actually I discussed with some other research colleagues in my university. Let's just say if we use a general definition of AI, machine learning, that in an age of large data, big data, we talk about surveillance technology, we're talking about the facial recognition, and those topics has been around for a while. Particularly in the case of China's fast-growing the surveillance industry, and both domestic implementation of surveillance technology and the exportation to the rest of the world is already a serious concern for people interested in human rights, democracy, and actually global order. But now, in the past 6 months or almost a year, we have a new wave of what we call generative AI, ChatGPT, middleware, what's not. This much new interest on generative AI, I want to share a couple of things with all of you. First is we should look at this AI as a new form of collective intelligence. Really, it is starting from the internet connected with everyone, when the information is starting to generated by the users and by content generators. Think of Wikipedia and every website. And fast forward to the technology, machine learning, algorithm developed until now. This generative AI is really on the shoulder of human knowledge, but with the capacity of computing power, of absorbing all of them. And this is fascinating and also scary. It empowers us, but also can disempower us. It has many sort of advanced advantage, but it also has some serious, sometimes very silly and stupid mistakes. We do not fully understand this new wave of generative AI very well. It may democratize a lot of content generation, maybe the use of art, but also you can think of internet soon becoming an archive of automatically generated contents. Not so much of the human efforts already. Let me say maybe one more thing, which is treat AI as a new type of intelligent species. But this species is going to work with human on every front for serving for different agenda, different political ideology. It depends on how you use it, who you use it, and in what situation you use it. The AI also has a limit, but it's also vastly, fastly advancing. Right now, what we're looking at, this generative AI, is what we call the large language model. Only few large companies can possibly have that computing power and harness the data and train such model. That type of concentration of power is also scary. That's why we're talking about the regulation, we're talking about the transparency, etc. However, with the technology advances, that's not necessarily always the case. Maybe we can democratize the AI, their models. It doesn't have to be only the huge companies which their huge capital and computation capacity to do this. But in order for the general industry to develop to that direction, that requires government effort, requires regulation, requires you shifting the entire industry away from the current business model. So these are the serious discussions. I'll have more time maybe to say a few more things about China, but then I'll come back maybe later discussion. In the case of China, the generative AI have a very interesting impact, which is, on the one hand, the government wants to have its own generative AI because they cannot trust the AI model, language model trained by Western companies. However, because of the censorship and political restriction, the likelihood of Chinese tech companies, despite their financial power and technology power, to train a very competent and well-used language model is really questionable. In other words, the political censorship and restriction hindered China's capacity to advance its own large language model AI. Furthermore, if the technology develop, as I said, that those large language model can be generated in a much more smaller size on the computer. You know, some AI experts said it could be just on a USB disk. If we really get to that point, it will be really interesting to see the Chinese current censorship to filter on the internet will be seriously challenged by this new distributional hardware of a language model among the Chinese users, which they can have access to common sense or some of the knowledge bases, at least not a current Chinese censorship can deal with. So finally, I don't want to say we have great hope or we're all having a great danger. But I do want to say this is a time that to look at the AI and impact to every front, particularly to political and social life that we're all concerned, is a very, very urgent issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what you mentioned on democratizing AI is a fascinating idea, and I would like to come back to it, especially in the context of recent events of the last week. But Eduardo, I actually want to jump to you and have you actually speak a little bit to what is happening in Latin America, because also in our exchange ahead of this panel, you mentioned how it's a risk factor.
Well, Latin America is a diverse continent with many different capabilities for technology and development. For instance, we have Brazil, which is a leader in many industries, and then we have countries like mine. Our only input to the development of artificial intelligence has been the names that Meta has decided to give to some of their models. Llama, alpaca, vicuña, those are Peruvian animals. So I think that shows our participation in the development of artificial intelligence is quite limited. But we have been part of this whole digital transformation that the world has been experienced since the middle 90s, as almost any other country in the world. And we have some lessons learned from that. That it's easier to get consultants telling you what to do to support businesses, not necessarily Peruvian businesses, but than to find experts that can shape public policy around Peruvian needs. For instance, we already have a law promoting the use of artificial intelligence in government, which basically appears to be a sort of byproduct of a guy who watched Minority Report and started to dream about how the state can use that for any purpose. While at the same time, nobody has started to think about how this is going to increase the inequalities that abound in my country. Because there's this image you have provided us, having AI on a USB. I will probably get one of those very easily in the future, but most of my colleagues in the university system in Peru won't, for a number of reasons, including language and so on. So that's one of the issues I think it's quite concerning for democratic development, because this is going to increase, in most of the countries of the world, it's going to increase inequalities that shape our democratic systems, because democracy can survive when it doesn't provide some kind of results. That's one of the things we've been discussing during these 2 days. Democracy demands of the people have to be listened to and have to be taken into account by democratic systems. And AI is going to offer us a wonderful opportunity to increase inequalities. And the ones who are already connected to the world, so to speak, are going to be better connected and going to have more opportunities, while the rest of my compatriots aren't. And it has to do with the nature of AI as it exists, which is a business. It hasn't been thought of as anything else as, for instance, Meta designed Facebook many years ago and so on. They are businesses that are trying to increase opportunities for them, and they don't think about the effects they have on different societies. And that's the kind of discussion we should be having. How to at least compensate for the businesses which are driving these developments. Because even interesting, as has been mentioned, there's decisions by the European Commission to promote regulation that leaves all the regulatory powers in the hands of the businesses. Yeah. It's the same with the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. In fact, they are dealing with this as an economic issue. It's not a public issue.
It's not a human rights issue.
And in the end, all the consequences, all the byproducts of these decisions are going to affect the rest of the world. Latin America, Africa, most of Asia, and so on. So I think that's the focus from a democratic perspective, is how to promote a different approach to the settlement around digital technology as a whole, and specifically in this case about AI. Because it's the same thing since 1995. This train is running completely freely across the world, changing everything, and nobody can say a thing.
It reminds me a lot of the conversation on digital security, because for many years now, there's been this conversation on speaking and training on holistic digital security. And this is what I think of AI as well, that we're forgetting this holistic approach to AI, or it's more or less not as much at the forefront of discussion as it should be. Titicaca, maybe you can then speak to from the information operation perspective in your line of work, and then we go back to the company representative on the panel.
Hi everyone, I'm Titicaca from Doublethink Lab. We are starting in 2019 in Taiwan, and we mostly focus on the China influence operation in general, and our team has delegated another tech force to tracking the propaganda and disinformation, information operation online, especially on the China part. So, and since very beginning, we've been developing, try to adopting machine learning technology to doing our research. For instance, like right now, for instance, like the first project we did for that is that we try to scribing a lot of China state media article. They are all their narrative. Then we use the machine learning algorithm to compare that group of the data with Japan, Taiwan, or Australia, other Chinese news and see which news media outlets always align their narrative in terms of like word choosing, framing bias, or coverage bias. For instance, some media outlets, they will never cover anything about the Uyghurs, even they are not in China. The same technology now can help us to scan the Twitter account at once and find out who is always tweeting China narrative, state media narrative. Then we can very easily to find the source of the account. For instance, we can find the Twitter account, they tweet averagely 240 times per day, and everything they tweet is about China's, how great China is and how bad Western country is. I grew up as a programmer, actually. The first time that I tried to programming is when I was 10. The computer is still black and white. I can tell you something that the generative AI I tried last year since Midjourney start. I never see anything like this, like a ChatGPT or generative AI. It's so good, and nobody else was expected that would be so good like this one. And what we are predicting is that it's inevitable. Because most of the tech company is trying to adopt some technology for generative AI. It's inevitable that our life will be facing the generative AI in every aspect. Soon you can walk into a room and speak like, I want to be in California Beach. Then the VR generated the environment, 3D, sounds, image, everything, then you feel like you are inside that, right? So at the very beginning, we are very worried about how China government or other authoritarian regime will use those technology for information manipulation. And funny is that so far we found very limited cases from that front. And instead, we found that they are so focus on how to make those generative AI political correct, which is technically very, very hard. So there's been a lot of a Chinese version of the generative AI, ChatGPT, try to be pushed and be banned soon after. And also the training data, the data they are used for training. If it's from within, it's already be censored, already be curated environment like China or those countries, that would be very limited for the language model to be accurate. But also that created a lot of other problem, right? So we can talk about some potential solution later. But what I'm saying that is the main problem is that it's lower the cost to make fake, and also increase the volume. And making fact check or making the truth is already very costly. And I think instead of we try to figure out how we restrict the AI technology to expand it or to be misused, we should also think about how we make it, the truth and the fact more lower cost, more fast to be produced. Because what we be really troubling is that the cost for the truth, to produce the truth. Yes. I will stop here first, then we can talk about other aspects later.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that worrying, especially with ChatGPT. I've used it myself, I confess. I was just really curious how it works, and I was really surprised when I used it, how well it worked. I mean, of course, it could do better, but for a machine to create a comprehensive 3 paragraphs on an issue, I was blown away, but extremely worried about the future of its usage. Now, coming to you, I mean, you've heard 3 different perspectives, very different contexts. What is happening in the business world about this hype, about regulations, about concerns by users, by clients? Maybe you can speak to that, Violeta.
Thank you. Happy to be here. I will start with 5 things to set the scene. The first one is that it's very hard to slow down today because AI is with us for a while, so it's not something new. I believe it got a lot of traction and attention with generative AI, which was a true leap. But actually it was used for a while. And it was used rather on autopilot type of mode. Imagine that in our news feed, in our search, even our autonomous robot, you know, the vacuum cleaner in the house was driven by AI. And we were not really like in control how it was working. So I believe that with generative AI and with the new co-pilot type of versions of AI, which are meant to augment our human capabilities, we are coming more towards having control, being in the driver's seat, how I'm calling it. And believe me, this is a design choice made by Microsoft, but definitely we are seeing a larger adoption, and I would expect that this will have a really strong impact. And I'm actually optimistic, like Xiao was saying, that it can democratize the AI adoption. So this would be rather point number 1. The point number 2, imagine we would have today here at Forum 2000, 3 of the greatest philosophers we had, Spinoza, Kant, Nietzsche. And we would ask them what they would do, having this dilemma, this challenge ahead of them. I can only imagine that maybe Kant, who created the critical imperative, would say that maximize the benefits, minimize the negative consequences. And I believe this we should do as, as a society, because AI regulation and policy making is not the task of some AI gurus and some policy makers. It is our all of us journey, and we are having a responsibility to play in it. So in order to move forward, it will require leadership, parties coming together, greater understanding, this holistic view, which Arzu was mentioning just before. It really is not a simple answer to a simple problem. It's very complex, and it will have a lot of implications in many aspects of our life. But I would say that instead of slowing down, maybe we should speed up the research and the coming together and take some decisions and adjust them and fine-tune on the way. Because the technology is still evolving, whatever policy we would put in place today, it won't solve the problem for maybe 6 months advancement. So it really requires like a continuous improvement approach and utilizing like strong principles going forward. The third thing, I truly believe, and this is beyond Microsoft speaking, who is really which is a driver of education. Personally, I believe that we should invest as much as in education, awareness, and upskilling of the population. You know that the world is what you make of it. We can utilize AI for bad purposes, and definitely they would be actors which will be utilizing in a let's say, negative kind of impact. But you can utilize in AI in such great applications with positive outcomes. And reflecting back on my experience in the last 6 months in Czech Republic and Slovakia, but not only in Central Eastern Europe as well, I'm seeing how AI is being utilized in healthcare system to support the doctors actually, to concentrate more on patients during the consultation, and then having a simple AI service integrated in the process, and then helping them to have accurate and fast reports, so they could spend 1 hour with the patient, not 20 minutes with the patient, and then 40 minutes writing whatever thing in 3 systems. So I see healthcare application. I see it in the education. Imagine we can utilize AI to create a tutor for each one of us. Each one of us are having, a different level of understanding and knowledge on different aspects. If we would utilize AI to help us understand our level and then curate the content and play with it, it would be absolutely great. I used ChatGPT at some point in order to see how I can pursue an aggressive discussion on AI, and I prompted the ChatGPT in this way. And actually you can utilize it to really educate and train yourself for various reasons. And again, it's about choices. And if we educate society to make the right choices, if we are applying the real values, because in the end, it really boils down to having informed people, having educated people, empowered people to, first of all, understand The other aspect of AI which I've seen in our countries, you can utilize AI to really help navigate complex environments. So imagine you have big corporations or big companies who are having a huge knowledge base, a lot of policies, a lot of procedures. You know, semantic search and synthesis can work a lot. In Ministry of Interior, we have conducted a couple of POCs which can serve better citizens in order to search for information and not providing them 10 links then with 150 pages to read from to understand what they would do in a certain situation. Actually, with generative AI behind, you can actually provide very crisp answers and you can save time and you can actually guide people. These are very concrete things. If I'm looking in the banking sector, it is very much used either in guiding the people, choosing the right products for themselves. Obviously, you can utilize even more in fraud prevention. You can utilize in security, kind of increasing the cyber resilience of the country. And I've seen projects and a lot of strong initiatives in Czech Republic and Slovakia to this respect. You can utilize it in production. You can utilize in agriculture. Our climate is really changing. We have less rain, we have more heat. You know, the way we are driving agriculture in the country won't stay the same. So it's really how we want to pursue it. It will make a difference. And I would give a history example again. I graduated economics, so I don't have a technical background, but I like to think that technology is a tool, is an enabler to what we want to achieve. So, printing press was invented in 1400, and it was invented in Germany. You know which were the countries they were utilizing and reading actually books more? It was not the Germans. It was Netherlands and UK, the Great Britain. Citizens, they were reading the most books in 1500. And actually, I think it's not about who is inventing what. It's about how you are adopting. It's not about, like in Shakespeare, in Hamlet, to be or not to be, to use or not to use. It's really about how to use, how to be. I think this is a fundamental thing we need to consider. And to your point on the regulation, I would prefer to focus on the things which are published and adopted and not on drafts. I know laws which had like 20 drafts. If I would have spent time to analyze the draft number 3 or number 7, probably wouldn't have been very effective. What I know it's effective is to have public consultation, being able to articulate what is important, in which areas, which is non-negotiable, and then to kind of pursue those goals so to make sure that the policy is really safeguarding us.
Thank you so much for that. I really agree with you on the fact, on the question that you raise on how we, on the how, right? How you're adopting it, how you're using this technology and the intention. But I'm still very much concerned on the feeding and the growth of this technology, because the way we use ChatGPT may not be the same as malign actors may be using ChatGPT. And that's where kind of the underlying dilemma of this technology becomes our concern as journalists, as rights defenders, as civic activists, is what kind of person is using it, with what intention, and with what kind of language it's feeding the algorithm, making it. Which I guess brings me to the next. I mean, I had 2 questions for us, but I also would like to hear from the audience. So perhaps we kind of combine both questions, because they are more or less related. And especially given Violetta's intervention about, having a discussion, having consultations, I'm curious to hear from perhaps the 3 of you, and then we'll come back to you on what do we need for this technology to help us, as in your work, but then how do we make sure that while we make it help us, we also make sure that it continues to be transparent, continues to be accountable, and whether there are any policy recommendations specifically in that direction? Maybe we'll do the same round.
Okay, I'll just add a few points to follow this discussion. I don't know how many, all of you has been spending time on ChatGPT I actually spend a lot of time. To try to find out, there are certain things. For example, generative AI, ChatGPT particularly, it's make a lot of hard works very, very easy. Generate context, synthesize things. The human will take hours, or it makes those tasks so much easy. At the same time, it's so easy for human to understand a piece of text or understand a piece of pattern. ChatGPT is so hard, so stupid, that couldn't get the understanding or couldn't communicate that understanding. Maybe they understood, but it's just not the human way. So for human to know what the thing actually understand. So there's at least for I would consider myself an educated user, that the gap between the algorithm behind those large AI intelligence and ordinary users and even researchers, the gap is still there very considerably, while the implementation is already global. In these cases, when we talk about regulation, regulate what? By what tools? And for what purpose? It's all deserve a serious public discussion in the democratic societies. And I'm watching how this impact to a authoritarian regime, particularly China, which has strict control of the information and the content for their own ideological reasons and insecurity. That this level of AI makes so much things easier to access knowledge and information. It's really fundamentally shaking the censorship regime in China. When the social media just started, we all have the hope that this sort of new kind of communication environment through user-centric communication environment can be freer, can be faster, can be more efficient, and it will bring freedom of information, even collective action into the society, and then the authoritarian regime cannot last in that context. But China proved until now it's the opposite. The social media or internet becoming a greater tool to control. It still have the fact of democratic, a lot of information generation, but it's more worked in advantage of a controller hand. Coming to the AI, will be the same case in the case of China? I actually don't know. I mentioned the cases that right now, there is a possibility if we democratize AI, large language model, that will sabotage the current Chinese government control regime. But they can advance new ones. So if you want to look at the regulation of generative AI, look at China. How they try to licensing those language models by that to put some control on the companies to advance their development. But at the same time, they're running into the dilemma that if Chinese generative AI model is not as good, useful, well then it's already the case. There's a very vibrant black market that Chinese users was circumventing the Great Firewall to use ChatGPT, and it's causing the government great concern. So this is a very fast developing area.
It's fascinating.
All right. So first, few topic that I just mentioned. That one is the trust deficit. Is that maybe come to the point that on the social media you will meet with that a day, maybe soon, that most of the content probably is generated by machine or with machine. Okay, so that come to the point that the people start to realize that or start to lose their motivation to pursue what is real, authentic content or created by the human. And that's the one problem. And the second problem is that we are perceived that for the elections, right? So we've been already seeing that last year when Putin announced the attack to the Ukraine, and there's a video for Zelensky saying that he's going to surrender. That's a very bad production, and of course be debunked very fast. But that's last year, right? So this technology is improving very, very fast. Not only ChatGPT or language model, but also image, audio, sounds, music, videos, all kind of things. So that's really brought people's concern if there's an election and in a very short amount of time before the voting days and some bad actors using those technology to generate stuff. And then third one is that I don't know if people are aware that a lot of people, like enthusiasts, people who has the enthusiasm into the generative AI, they've been talking about agents, like clone yourself as agents. So you can put this person to running some basic decision making for your company or for your office, for your team. That's also concerning. Another thing that we've been doing is try a little bit is the censorship. So I've been trying the ChatGPT for when it's come up, is that I asked them that there's a bunch of the tweets, and you tell me whether Xi Jinping will like it or not. And it did a very, very good job to predict that if I say Taiwan is a country, Xi Jinping doesn't like it. And if I say something else, it's really like it. So the technology can potentially also be used by autocrats to censorship the information within their content. So come to what to do. I think, I agreed. I think there's inevitable that all kind of aspect we will be using this technology, and it will just change very fast. So I would like to focus on the stuff that the new category that we are categorize the technology which has potential to mislead people at scale. And we should categorize and create a framework and a knowledge language to describe why we need such technology. If the purpose or how we regulate or limit those technology in certain usage, if they can potentially mislead a large amount of people. Let me give you one example. If there's a technology can generate faces, human faces, very authentic, it could be used for what? Right? And it's already inside the ecosystem of the information operation that people you can buy fake accounts, a bunch of fake accounts at once. You can buy a lot of image at once. So it just boosts this ecosystem. So we do need a new language and a new framework. I agree, not just directed to the ChatGPT, but also for the purpose of those technology. And what I'm really looking for is that the community itself can come to their own code of conduct and their own self-regulatory, that what we be seeing in the medical, right? Medical field, if you are talking about clone the real person, there's an ethical problem, there's a peer review, there's a IRB process, but for the computer science and the AI, what is our code of conduct here, and for the ethical use, and to just like our lady from the Microsoft saying that how we boost this technology to use for the good and the democracies.
Code of conduct, it never occurred to me to even consider it in the context of AI and the user's rights. So that's a great point. Perhaps, Eduardo, you would like to give us a few insights.
When you were mentioning this thing about generating images, perfect images, I remember that when I told my students about this, one of them told me, oh, that would have been really great during the pandemic, because instead of a blank page in Zoom, it would be my face looking like if I was listening to you. So I come from a country who has many, many times tried to sort of deal with these issues and failed miserably. Why? Because the world is, and this is my political scientist bias, the world is shaped by power relationships. And one of the things that countries, emerging economies like Peru, have is the fact that we don't have any control over a lot of things. In a globalized economy, it's very difficult to control things that come to the country and start working from, the web on. And while I understand that it would be great to have some kind of self-regulatory body for AI, the one thing I would like to have is an understanding of this is a new area of the economy, of the world economy, that should be incorporated in some negotiation like what used to be the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, the GATT. This is the information economy, digital economy, because it's, I mean, which are the corporations that are controlling this? Basically, the same corporations that have controlled the previous wave of the digital economy. Basically the same. Not Microsoft, of course, is not part of that, but it's the back office of many of those. So it's basically the same. I mean, this is a number of very large corporations with global presence that are working under a number of assumptions and a number of premises that have nothing to do with the interests of the countries of their citizenship, but basically their interests. And that's how capitalism works. And of course, China works differently, and that's why they have the Great Firewall of China and so on. And they are dealing, and I guess they're going to deal somehow with this, even if it doesn't work as good as the old firewall. But that's a political premise, and there's a control that the Chinese government and the Communist Party have over the society, which is not the case in Latin America. We have spent many sessions talking about Latin America in this Forum 2000 conference, saying that the problem in Latin America is that our governments don't have control, don't have the state capabilities to control what they should control. So when you add this new dimension, this new layer of issues, there's another thing that is not going to work. There are going to be wonderful possibilities. And my country lived through that because 15 years ago, there was a government decision to invest a lot of money to buy XO1s, the computers that the OLPC project launched in 2007. Peru bought almost 1 million of those computers, and they were going to revolutionize education. Nothing, absolutely nothing happened, besides spending a lot of money on 1 million computers. All of those are now waste, electronic waste somewhere, because we sort of try to jump the wave and sort of believe the hype. And that's the main issue here. As a whistleblower from Meta said some months ago, to release a new toaster to the market, you need to follow more regulations and to release to the market something like ChatGPT. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with you. A toaster is more regulated than a large language model. So Skynet is going to come, and we're going to say, oh, we need regulation for that. Ask Skynet. And the regulation was going to be, obviously, the elimination of the human race, so to speak. Yeah. So these things shouldn't happen this way. There should be a public good dimension that it has to be global. Because it doesn't work just having the European Union or the United States, which is not going to do anything about this, of course, or the Chinese government trying to decide how this should be developed. This should be a global thing. How, I don't know, but at least we should put it in the agenda. Mm-hmm. Because the world, and it's nothing personal, Violeta, but the world is what every empowered government does. It's not necessarily what the individuals or the communities do. It's whom the power is given, they are going to use it. And one of the ways they use it is to win their own interests, to put their own interests ahead of everybody else. So that's one of the things we shouldn't forget in this case, I think. Sorry if I sound too left-wing or something like that.
No, but it is a race at the end of the day. It is a race among government countries trying to come ahead or win over or do whatever it is that they're trying to do with this technology. Violeta, do you have a couple of words to add, given that Microsoft was mentioned a couple of times?
I did. So, first of all, it's a great discussion. I would say that Microsoft created the 6 principles of AI in 2018, and the bedrock principle is called accountability. And we were maybe the first ones this year went to Congress and asked for regulation and to fast track actually the discussions and to come to an agreement. So we are aware of the needs we have as society, as countries, to regulate and to act in a way which is safeguard us, citizens, and use this technology in a safe way. So a couple of principles we are promoting in this Congress hearing we have made, but also we kept a couple of consultations in Brussels as well. The first one is to promote accountability in AI development and deployment. Because this also means that people who are developing and deploying these systems must remain accountable to everyone else. So I think this is very important. We are not yet there, I would say. But I am confident and positive we can work towards this direction. The second one is about breaks. And let me explain this. AI is not the first time societies have confronted a valuable new technology that has also potential to harm us if it fails. And history has many examples in this respect. For instance, the growth of cities led to have taller buildings. Taller buildings brought the necessity to have elevators. And initially, people were afraid to kind of utilize the elevators because the cables won't actually hold, and the elevator will kind of fall down, and they will get injured. And what was introduced by Otis, actually, by Elisha Otis, introduced the brake on the cables. So if something goes wrong, then the whole the people inside the elevator won't get hurt. So moving forward, I really believe that we should have brake type of controls for AI, which is actually managing and controlling critical infrastructure. You can't apply the same level of rules to everything, because I think it's not feasible. And the third point I wanted to make, I believe that the regulatory framework should map the technology architecture of AI. What I mean by that, imagine a stack. I know there are different ways to explain this. I would take a simple way. So you have the application layer, the model layer, and the infrastructure layer. And then the regulation should address each one of these layers, because AI is powering all of them. And it's very important to understand your infrastructure. It's very important to understand the exposure and the potential risks. And there is a principle which actually was a lot promoted by Microsoft, which is zero trust principle. Whenever you are building digital systems, you need to think from holistic perspective, so you can kind of predict potentially negative outcomes, so you can protect the system, protect the beneficiaries of the system. And this actually requires, this is why I was saying that it requires leadership and parties coming together, because it's not a simple answer. In order to really address application, model, which is like the trained models of AI, and then infrastructure, which usually is cloud, but not only. So I believe that we have certain experience given the cloud adoption in our space, and we can take some learnings from there. We also have different principles which are applied, and we also have the common law, which is saying that whenever you are driving something which creates harm, then you are accountable for it. So we are not completely in an unregulated space. ChatGPT at this point is rather a end consumer type of tool. Whenever you are operating in an enterprise space or in a regulated industry space, you can regulate the way you are utilizing the large language models. It's not like you are using the ChatGPT. And for people who are kind of leading enterprises, you know that you can have your own tenant, your own environment, and that your information is actually not used for training models. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, lots of really good, interesting suggestions. Of course, accountability, definitely something that we've been talking about. But break approach is really fascinating to me, and also what I'm hearing for the first time in the conversation around AI. So we have about 6 minutes until I'm told that we have to take a hard end to this panel. And I was hoping that maybe we take at least one question. Can I ask the organizers if they approve? Can we do at least one question? Yeah? Yeah, maybe? Yes. We already have a hand up. Do I give this to you? Let's not risk. I can.
I just want to make sure that no students want to ask a question instead of me, because I would gladly cede that to them if there's only one. But in the absence of that, I'll ask a question. So this is a pretty basic question about what the recent past tells us about the likely future as it relates to this advanced technology. And I think if you look at the experience with social media, for example, and the way in which the convenience that it affords actually has led to enormous pathologies in our societies. That's at a certain level that all the things you've been describing relating to advanced uses of artificial intelligence-driven technology suggests this may be orders of magnitude more powerful and move more quickly using images rather than text, for example. So what is it about the future that will minimize the pathologies associated with convenience on the one hand, and also suggest why these future technologies or the technologies that are upon us will be more transparent? Because the lack of transparency, not understanding how these are driven, the algorithms behind them, have also been fundamental to the downsides of the technology of the last 20 years. So I'd just be curious for why the future is likely to be different and better than the last 20 years.
I don't think it's going to be better. But I like your approach to this question. Who would like to take it?
Let me comment on it. That I think social media, I already mentioned, as a citizens or users from a company's point of view. I think in very much people are very naive about it. We see the convenience it provides, and we see the potential of democratic-sized communication. But we didn't see the coming, which is the economic force behind of the market economy that makes, in the end, become a very centralized enterprises. We end up Facebook and Twitter, just few companies' hand, and that kind of concentration of the platform creating a number of issues because the company has its own interest agenda, not necessarily always aligned with public interest, etc. And on AI, we are in the same situation. Not just, we have, fortunately, have you with us, and congratulate Microsoft, which is funding the OpenAI as a leading player right now in this generative AI wave. But then there are several large companies that are going with it. And again, it's a very centralized, concentrated competition environment. And left the regulation, citizens and public, and all the potential sort of regulatory desires behind of this technology development. This is a very much reality we're facing. How to, if we don't shift this reality, I think we'll end up probably in a greater scale of our situation with social media. While we have all this great usage of the social media, and we see the negative impact to our public life and to our individual mental health, et cetera, can some kind of a regulation or public discussion together with companies, together with technology researchers, developers, to counter this sort of almost by default capitalist economic factor that things will generate into the one concentration side of it. Can we, that's what I mean by democratize the AI development. Can we have more smaller models, more competitors, more diverse eco-environment, which may be much healthier for the benefit of usage of AI?
I can respond a little bit. So,
try to please.
Yeah,
keep
very
it
quick.
short.
So, yes, Microsoft, OpenAI, Google, they are a big player, but also there's an open source language model or generative AI are invented and be trying very hard from the community. And for that, I think that's we will see another vibrant ecosystem that you have the different type of uses and from different way. And I think there's the bright side I'm seeing, if I must, is that I think this time just our bad actors or those people who try to utilize the technology to control people, they are way behind for the free world who is doing the technology and try freely exploring the technology and what's the possibility right now. So we are more ahead for them to them. So I think that's maybe some chance there. We can figure it out right now. Yeah.
Extremely briefly. I remember many years ago, people said that the internet was made of cats because everything you found in the internet was cats. But actually, it wasn't cats. It was a bunch of feral wild cats trying to, I mean, all these platforms and so on. I feel like AI is sort of a bunch of Tyrannosaurus rexes or velociraptors going around, and we are not noticing it. I don't think it can be contained. That's the main point.
I just want to say that there is, I don't know what future holds, first of all. If I would share. But I choose to believe in a better future, and also I choose to think how I can contribute to a better future. And if each and every person on the planet would do this, I think we would be in a better place. For instance, I chose to dedicate time to mentor people because the pathologies around social media came also from education, from, let's say, family values, from attention, from self-confidence, from having understanding of who you are, where you go, why you are going there. So investing in education and awareness, I think it will help us to be in a better place. And actually playing a role. I think we need not to be spectators of this. Government would do. I don't know if government would do, but we are like 8 billion people. If we don't believe that we can have and make a difference in the world, then maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe we can make a difference.
Well, on that note, a very optimistic note, very different to how I envision all of this and the future. I would like to thank my panelists with their input, and also, I guess, I was trying to summarize how do I wrap this conversation, because we mentioned so many things, but I think for me the takeaways are the democratizing AI, or at least trying to develop models for this idea. Of course, holistic view, both for those who are using on the user's end, but also on the developer's end. And hopefully, you know, there are more good actors than there are bad actors in the business. The intention, of course, but also the code of conduct. That was also one of my personal takeaways. Thank you so much for sharing your very interesting thoughts about this. Thank you, the audience, for coming. And yeah, we'll see what the future holds.
Thanks.
I just want, because we talked a little bit since this is the last session, so I will what is she taking from our conference? Things that she apply in Africa. I will ask you I thought I would ask you, your president said yesterday that one of the best ways of helping is, and you're sharing knowledge and at the same time not being patronizing, which I think is excellent, is to tell your stories, to tell the stories of how the Czechs did it. And maybe that is something that other people in other regions can take well, in democratizing. So I thought I would ask you what you think about what would you share from your experience and from your road to it.
About to the, for example, or this kind of perspective of vision of the country.
Of the country, also transforming Georgia into a real functioning, stable country. Okay. It's amazing. Okay, you have that pre-war history, but still.
Yes.
And then Ukraine.
Okay.
So.
Ja som mluvám, že tak o tom bylo zmatečný, ale tak demokracie je i diskuze.
Demokracie má svoje
Ano, ano.
There was a beautiful picture, Orban shaking his hand with Putin in Beijing.
Yeah.
At the Bira, so it's a good inspiration for the
You mean it's us and them?
Exactly.
Petra will show you.
Hi, hello.
So look at this nice photo. It's just been posted by Orban. It's in Beijing.
I don't
he's
know.
proud of it. He's not just pretending anymore that he's like that. So it's like I'm horrible. It's like I just
you, but so I mean, we are all in a way because we don't know what we can do with it.
Yeah. That's the good side, guys. So it's another fun.
Maybe we should start. Maybe we should start because we have only 45 minutes. We might go a little bit over time since there's just drinks afterwards. But I know you've been now involved in these discussions for very intense discussions for 2.5 days, almost 3 days. I think Forum 2000 has been really amazing this year. Extremely dynamic, with such interesting speakers, discussions. So I'm sure we can take it further into using this experience for practical applied policies. I always thought that politics and policies were applied social science thinking. So let's do a little bit of that. I have a fantastic group of speakers, as you can see around this panel. So I will just introduce them by names. This is the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Parliament, Mrs. Markéta Pekarová-Adamová. Mrs. Ivana Klimpuš-Cindzadze, Chairperson of the Committee on Ukrainian Integration into the European Union in Verkhovna Rada, in the Ukrainian Parliament. Mrs. Roukaya Kasenali, Chairperson of the Electorate Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa. And Mr. Nuri Turkel, Commissioner, U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, U.S., China, Uyghur. I'm always saying that because it does give you a tinge. I will start with Roukaya, with you, if this is okay. We've heard really interesting things. We are from different, to some extent, from different regions and different parts of the world. If you think of the last 2.5 days, what do you think you can take away from this conference that would help Africa as a region, and also, of course, that would help Mauritius as your country?
Thank you, Vesna. I think this has been a really enriching 2.5 days, because it started actually on Sunday. I think what really struck me, because this is my first time to the forum, is that despite we come from different continents and different regions, there's a pattern, there's a trend of similarities, of issues, of concerns, and what's amazing, I think, is the ability to cooperate, or the possibilities to cooperate on projects which we see similar. So certain issues that we've highlighted around, tech, around disinformation, around the types of cooperation that we want to have, because we see that very often there's a lack of information, or there's a lack of evidence about what's happening in our countries, or what's happening in our regions, or what's happening in the continent. So I think that ability to connect and sort of see possibilities of collaboration. This morning, there was a very interesting conversation we had in the breakfast meet around the fact that, our governments, our leaders speak to each other, but us, we very rarely speak to each other. So I think this point of commonalities and being able to sort of establish a framework, a cooperation. And in fact, what also is very interesting is that we are launching the Democracy Solidarity Africa platform. In fact, we are 30 of us coming to the conference. And I think that is very interesting, because very often we operate in a rather siloed approach, that we know the concerns and the happenings in our areas, but rarely do we connect. So I think this is if it is anything, it's a great opportunity to network, and a great opportunity to bring and to amplify. We've been talking a lot about the word amplification, over the last 2.5 days. And I think the amplification of the voice of the people, because very often the conversations we've had around, big projects or tech, or around foreign, interference, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, or whether, for that matter of fact, it's even India, in my part of the world, the Indian Ocean, I think it has sort of, remove the citizen, the average person, from the conversation. So I think bringing it down to the people and engaging them in a conversation that matters for them, because at the end of the day, I think the title of our panel is about the future of democracy. And I think the future of democracy is really bringing it bite-sized value to the people so that they connect with the idea. And I know today we live in a highly autocratizing environment. There are more autocrats autocrats than probably Democrats. And even those Democrats are starting to turn around and becoming more, towards the autocratizing sort of dimension. So I think, conversations like that and connections and cooperation and learning from each other, because I think lessons learned are very important. Very often we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Reinventing the wheel is expensive, it's time consuming, it becomes, extremely capital intensive. So learning from each other would help. And, I was thinking maybe doing an audit of our activities and seeing how we connect at all levels, at tech level, at civil society level, at educational level. This would really help us to sort of create that solidarity, which I think very often is missing on our side of what we call the demand side aspect of democracy. So it seems simple, but there's a lot of work and work to do in connecting the dots and making it happen.
Thank you so much. You're very much on the sort of point with, first of all, mentioning how under the present circumstances, even some Democrats are turning into autocrats. I was just shown a photograph of a former Democrat, Viktor Orban, shaking hands with Vladimir Putin in Beijing. So things are, in some cases, really looking serious in that sense. And I think we have to, this was a leitmotif of this conference, how can we prevent that? How can we actually make democracy sufficiently resilient to prevent this backsliding, especially when people in power who were elected democratically become very rich while they're in power? They almost, as a rule, tend to backslide. The Czech president yesterday, when he was participating in these discussions, said that one way of helping countries and helping other societies to sort of move towards democracy and develop democracy, and at the same time not being patronizing, which I think is an extremely important point, is to talk about your own experience. Czechia has had incredible experience in that. A, in becoming a stable democracy. B, in rolling back an attempt to backslide on this democratic road. And I would like to ask you, Madam Speaker, how would you share and how did you see this experience? Because you actually did, with a former prime minister, you did have, let's say, Orbanesque type of problems, but you actually dealt with that. So, please.
Thank you for the question. First of all, thank you for having me. When I'm thinking about, I think it's cooperation. It's the reason why we were able to face it, these risky times. We were cooperating, even though we are many parties those times in opposition, now in the coalition and governing the country. And what was said before, cooperation is very important, but it's cooperation of real Democrats, of people who are really valuing democracy and not using it as a tool for their own goals, but for the common goals. What I see is the very common for some Democrats who are then turning through years to autocrats is that they are too long in the power. They are too long holding the power, and it somehow is changing your character, maybe. Not all the personalities are so strong to be able to be really resistant. So I'm sure it's necessary to have in mind not only as leaders of countries, but the leaders of parties. But democracy is based on political parties. And I'm sure that it's necessary to have democracy within the party and to be able to really keep it for the main priority for all the members. As we can see, this is not in all the parties in our country as well, but in the region as well, in other countries. And for example, in Slovakia, when we now see how long cooperation is between Mr. Fico and other parties, and they are really just holding in their hands power for their own aims, then it's necessary to really for the rest of society, especially, I think this is important to have really engaged people who really want to keep democracy, to raise their voices and be able to face with cooperation of other same thinking people to these threats. And looking to the past of the Czech Republic and these decades, I think there are many people who have the knowledge maybe better than I have, because I was, growing up those times in the 90s and then. But I think we were lucky with leaders. We were lucky with Václav Havel, for sure. And he was a great model for the next coming politicians and people who were following democratic ideas and values such as human rights, the rule of law, and keeping it. I always say it's necessary to not only talk about the values, but act according to them. It's much important than only talking, because we have seen many people who are talking, but acting differently. And this is necessary as well to mirror these people. If they are saying something but according and not behaving according to those words, it's not only up to them to be able to recognize. It's up to the whole society. So it's necessary to face it. And we have very active society. So I'm proud of. We have active media, and these Democrats who are turning to autocrats are using media as their own tool. They are turning them as well to their portfolio of their methods, and it's not from one day to the next day. It's the process. It's the slow process where there, I think, many times people are just witnessing and not trying to stop them. So it's necessary to be active.
Vigilance. Thank you very much. I think I will go to Ukraine before going to some issues that we might want to add. Ukraine has been in our thoughts and in our discussions a lot, not only here, but in general. Ukraine is in a way, standing on the front line of all of us. There's a lot of experience around here, unfortunately also with wars, like in my case in the Balkans in the 90s. There's also a lot of experience with democratic transformation that we have done in countries that when I was young we couldn't dream of things like that happening. So it is possible. But Ukraine is dealing simultaneously with defending itself, with defending the democratic world, with state building under those circumstances, and with EU transformation potentially, or getting there, so to speak, towards the EU transformation. There was also a lot of discussion about rebuilding after the war and even during the war of Ukraine. One thing that I think wasn't mentioned was there was a lot of discussion of rebuilding infrastructure, physical infrastructure, but rebuilding society. Because it's obvious that it's going to be extremely traumatized. So how do you coordinate all of these things? Are you getting ready to also rebuild the society that was and is being damaged by this aggression on Ukraine that we are witnessing?
Vesna, you just suggested the whole topic for the next conference, I think. So it will be pretty difficult to try to address all these issues that you've mentioned. But let me start from something, putting it on a wider scale. You know, while thinking about the topic of this discussion that we are having today and kind of summing up the whole discussions over this 2 forum days, I was thinking about one speech that really struck me of High Representative Borrell when he was speaking a year ago to the annual meeting of EU ambassadors, because he said several things that I think have been actually also recognized here. He said that we have to accept that the old world is already not there. There is a new reality and we have to accept it. Then he said that the world is moving towards autocracies and autocracy, and sometimes in democratic countries, these autocrats already are wearing a democratic suit, but we see this shift and sliding towards the kind of right-wing radicalism. And the third thing, and I think the most important thing for us here, he said that it is not possible to exchange values for heat, electricity, food, social standards, for prosperity and so on, that they must go hand in hand. And I think what we are seeing right now, we are so really grateful to all the nations that have stood up together with us when we had to push full-scale invasion of Russian Federation back. But we also remember that we have been ringing these alarm bells that values should be protected. And it's important to protect values and stand up to that and not take them for granted since 2014. And I cannot tell you that everybody heard. Maybe listened, but not necessarily heard. So I think, when we are talking about this absolutely brutal and painful and challenging time for Ukraine right now, obviously we are happy to see that the world has woken up to the challenge and is understanding that probably we have to give a rough response to dictatorships, to autocracies, to those who are attacking nations that do have the right to protect themselves and protect the values that they believe in, and have the right to transform as they wish. But at the same time, I think we still have to do some lessons learned exercise that should actually help us to preserve this dedication to further the cause that we are dealing with right now. Because I think everybody is also accepting that, there is some tiredness, there is we are losing the focus. We are also turning to so important things like inequalities, social standards, standards of living, and we understand that this is something very important for every single nation and every single society. But we have to understand that if we do not protect something very, very basic, we won't have the possibility to discuss and to see how to develop these other things that come as a benefit of democracy and not vice versa. And so how is Ukraine doing? Obviously, it's, we are talking here like how everybody's tired or fatigued or whatever, and we Ukrainians just don't have the right to get tired. We just know that in order to exist, in order to survive, in order to have the future, in order to have the possibility to transform, we have to go on. And it was interesting, one of our colleagues here said yesterday, while talking to Ukrainians, he was like, well, I was so tired already, but from you Ukrainians, I'm getting additional energy. So I'm happy if we're bringing back some energy. But that does not come easily, that energy and that striving for life, because we know that our lives are at stake. not only as a nation, but as individuals, as our families, and so on. So therefore, we know that in order to be successful, we have to manage all these goals that you were asking about. Transforming, fighting, beating up the support for Ukraine in the future, and now also, because I think we are somewhere in the plateau of support, and everybody thinks that maybe it's a good time to already rest on the laurels. I would encourage you not to. I think that we are not there yet. And so, and whether we are thinking of restoring the society, definitely we are. We are thinking, but I cannot tell you that we have the magic wand how to do that. We know how hard it will be to return our people back. We are very grateful to all the nations who have received Ukrainians and have been making their homes open for Ukrainians. But for us to restore the society, not only physically to rebuild buildings or energy infrastructure or whatever, infrastructure buildings, to restore the nation's vibe, if you wish, we need to have young people back. We need for them to have the possibility to realize themselves in Ukraine. And that is something that we cannot ensure in the nearest future as we see how this war is ongoing. So therefore, the task is much, much higher than, or much tougher as we can deal with at this particular point. And so that's why I think we are prioritizing right now military aid, military effort, ability to try to push aggressor out, and are hoping for all the further support. But at the same time, we started this transformation process that hopefully will allow us to bring our people back and have the incentives for them to live in a democratic, free nation that will be thriving, and maybe hopefully will be example not only of the bravery, but also of the success of development.
Thank you. Of transformation, I mean, Karl Gershman is here, who many, many years ago helped us in Croatia deal with some of the things, even during the war, supported us when we were trying to deal with the hate issue. And this is something that I just want to mention here, you will have. And that is important because it poisons your own society. It's not something
we already feel that. Vesna, yeah. We already feel that, and there are even more different cracks that we are seeing in the society. Because we will have to deal with not only with the hate that is against the enemy, but we also will have to deal with a traumatized society, because every single person who have heard at least several times the air raid alert, not necessarily even experienced the rocket falling near you, is already traumatized. And we are all very much, sometimes maybe here we Ukrainians might seem very emotional, but I think that that's just part of where we come from and how we are functioning at this particular moment. So we are already feeling this. We think, we can see that already, that people who kind of admit that when they are analyzing their own personal behavior, there is also a crack among those people who have stayed in the country and who have fled the country.
Exactly, that's going to be big.
For life. And we understand that we will have to mend those fences. And right now the government has come up, for example, with the idea that we have to kind of look for incentives and special credits for those who will come back and so on. And so people who have been staying saying, well, should I have left in order for me to have some additional preferences from the state? So it's difficult. We are learning on the way as well while we are thinking how to deal with those issues.
Thank you very much. I'm really, really glad to hear what you said, that there is an awareness. We dealt with many different issues during these discussions in this conference, but I'm sure there are some that we didn't deal with and that we didn't discuss. So maybe you can bring up some of those issues, Nuria, and some of the things that you saw as missing from the discussions this year.
Well, thank you very much. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank your government, your parliament, for formally recognizing the atrocities committed against the Uyghurs as a genocide back in 2021. That meant a lot to my people. We share that sentiment, the traumatization. I've been traumatized, even though I live as a free human being in the United States. The geographical location does not really make any difference when you deal with a situation like this. So it meant a lot to me and my fellow Uyghurs all around the world. The points that have been discussed in the last 2 days missed out a few things. First, it is absolutely necessary that we talk about Putin's plan for the world, but we cannot ignore CCP's plan for the world. The elephant in the room is the CCP. As Vesna pointed out, there's an actual part of CCP's strategic plans being in the works today as we speak in Beijing through the BRI initiative. China has been implementing both repressive policies and aggressive foreign policy around the world through exportation of its repressive tools, specifically digital equipment and methods that have been metastasizing. As we speak, there are about 80 countries that includes liberal democracies like Germany, New Zealand, have imported Chinese surveillance techniques. That is becoming a part of life. The evil genius of the Chinese digital surveillance equipment is to make people to go about their lives. Eventually, they stop worrying about it. But what comes after that is the threat to civil liberties, democratic norm. The Chinese tech revolution has two significant or key components. One, China wanted to be a leader in emerging technologies, specifically in AI. Today, there are 75 countries using AI. 50 of them are using Huawei AI technology. 60 of them are connected to the Chinese technology. Not only that, the Chinese domestic market for surveillance cameras have been saturated. Hikvision, for example, installed 400 million security cameras all around the country. They need to find a new market. They also use this to push back or undermine democratic norm. So domestic repression is not enough. The Chinese have learned the lesson from the 1980s revolution in this part of the world. And they come up with this idea that we have to prevent the revolutions outside of the country affecting the potential political unrest in the homeland. Therefore, they come up with this new method. It's called preemptive policing. The case in point, the Uyghur genocide, is a prime example. So they believe that the Uyghurs will rise up and pose potential political threat, showing disloyalty to the party through their religious belief, ethnic identity, way of life. If not taking care of it, this will spread to the vital organs of the state. For example, they liken the Uyghur ethno-religious identity to infectious disease that has to be cured. Even in one instance, this top Chinese official used the term that chemicals must be sprayed. Taking out the weed one by one cannot be an effective method. So they have this new methodology that has gained ground in societies ruled by authoritarian regime or dictatorship, that the countries don't need to beef up their police. They don't have to buy lots of guns and even build a lot of prisons. The surveillance technology can prevent a lot of troublemakers before they start rising up against the regime. The other point is also equally important, the economic dependency. The world does not seem to be disturbingly learned the lesson from the Ukraine experience, the Russians' reinvasion to Ukraine. That dependency is mostly on energy. When it comes to China, it's a global supply chain. This country experienced, this region actually experienced the firsthand that the Chinese are sitting on the masks. The United States lost 3,000 people daily because we didn't have enough ventilators. Guess what? They were coming from China. So on the critical supply, when it comes to even life and death situation for our fellow citizens, we have to beg the CCP rule China to provide the basic needs. And now, with the passing of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, United States have taken a lead. In 2021, U.S. Congress passed a massive, very significant bill to ban imports from the Uyghur region entering the United States unless proven with evidence that the forced labor is not used. 83 global brands have been implicated in this practice. If you add thousands of suppliers making consumer goods that include solar panels, the pharmaceutical ingredients, electronic components, agricultural products, construction products, automotive parts, anything that you touch today, possibly, and also with support with a well-documented reports, are made with the slave labor. And China has managed to normalize this in certain parts of the world. And I have to be very critical of the European Union, European communities. They come up with this de-risking policy, but it is turning into smokescreen. Where is the action? When would the Europeans will learn the lesson from the Russia experience? This will be if the China suffocates European community and global consumer communities, what has happened in the energy front with Russia will be almost like can be treated as child's playground. So the European community need to take an action in tandem with the United States starting with the action to eradicate forced labor products from the global supply chain. And then the third point is the transnational repression. I don't know what if China's invasion to our way of lives through transnational repression, threatening our freedom of speech, threatening academic freedom, in some instances punishing or taking retaliatory actions against activists or government officials. Handful of European leaders in the parliament have been sanctioned. I myself, for my service in the US government, have been sanctioned twice by Russia and Xi Jinping's China. So they have also going after ordinary citizens. And now we have found out through an NGO with very limited funds that a significant number of Chinese police stations operating here in Europe and the United States. Only two governments, the US government and UK government, have taken an action. So when do we see actions from the rest of Europe? When do we realize that our sovereignty, our privacy, our freedom are at stake? So this is one issue. And then finally, there's a thing called 14+1, CEE China, that Czech Republic is a member of, a part of. We've been reading that Czech Republic will leave, but it didn't happen. We cannot treat in international bodies like the one, 14+1, that China spearheaded and established. 16+1.
16+1, and then Greece joined, and then it was 17+1, but now it's coming down.
So that is one of the ways in which that China is using as a platform to expand its influence operations. So I would like you to take home these points. Think about it. What kind of life do we want? Are we going to be able to live the life that we know in the past with this technological advancement that has been, for the most part, is immoral on the Chinese part? And they're also making, because of the Western pressure led by the United States on sensitive technology chips, they wanted to be able to self-reliant. And they have a slogan called, we have to be able to make choke point equipments and technical skills. So they are marching ahead, but it seems like the rest of the world is sleeping at switch.
Thank you very much. That's actually in a globally disrupted world. This is a very difficult task and very difficult objective and question that you have raised. Almost every year there is another serious war. Putin has actually gotten in his second front now in Israel and Gaza that is distracting everybody's attention from Ukraine. We thought we are dealing with that. We at the same time have this issue of the so-called Global South that doesn't like being called Global South, which I agree with, but just for short, that has to work with somebody. And they have problems with the West and especially with the United States. A lot of Chinese influence is present there. How do we deal with that issue? Maybe just a short input from you.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, this Global South got accelerated as well following the BRICS movement and this sort of an understanding of a different alternative architecture that's going to be pushed for the representation of what is supposed to be the Global South. For me, again, a continent where I come from, 54 countries, with so many differences, with so many, particularities. But I think one thing that we, from the continent, we are very much concerned and are very much aware of is about we do not want to be the proxy of anyone. We have had colonial past, and we are now having new colonial sort of presence on the continent, in the oceans where we are. And I think what really sort of is important for us is this agency, that we need to be our own masters, and we need to be able to make the choice. We need to be able to make that ownership. We need to be able to be at that central point of decision making. We don't want this push and pull, because at the end of the day, for too long, Africa has been that scramble for resources. So I think here, how do we address this issue of, what matters to our people and what matters to our societies, because you talked about how do we mend societies and how do we, empower societies. I think it's about information. Yet we are at the heart of a disinformation sort of warfare. You have different types of warfare. So I think, the institution that I chair, ISA, we are really at the center of quality elections. There was this idea that elections was an important component of democracy. Yes, but we've seen so many times that election created violence. Elections were stolen, or we had stuffed ballots, and so on and so forth. So I think, how do we really percolate this understanding and the meaning and the value of democracy? Because, I'm a democracy scholar. I call myself a democracy scholar. But when you go to the average person, they don't understand what democracy is. It's a very, very elitist, technical, intellectually driven type of conversation that we have between ourselves. So I think, how do we really start to mend things, and how do we start to strengthen things, and how do we create resilience? Because I think for democracy to be saved, it has to be meaningful. It has to be relevant to the livelihoods of people. And when you talk about the livelihoods of people, and when you talk to people, it's about equality. It's about social justice. It's about getting a job. Something that about the African continent as well is that we have a youth dividend. And many of the youth, when you talk to them, it's about equality of chances, and we want a job. So I think it's about percolating these fundamental thematics and providing those services. We talked about social services. I think during the conversations in the last 2 days, we talked about a new social contract. And I think this is what really matters to the lives of people. What's happening with the proxy wars, and what's happening, and what is the possibilities of China offer, or the India offer, or the Turkish offer, or the Russian offer, or for that matter, our colonial masters offer, is that it has to make the lives of people better. And that brings you back to the types of leaders, because I think you mentioned about the deficit of leadership. Today, unfortunately, there is a deficiency of good leaders, and it's not only happening in problematic places, but it's happening in where countries that used to be leaders the US, for example, today we have this big problem. So I think there are many problems, but not something that we cannot deal with, because I think optimism is extremely important, the possibility of hope and the politics of hope, so that we can transform, because transformation is fundamental, because at the end of the day, when you transform societies and people living in those societies see the possibility of that transformation, then they embark and they are onboarded into those processes. But I think until we, observing politics in many parts of Africa is that politicians have the greatest intentions and the best intentions when they are in opposition. And the moment that
Not
they come...
only in Africa.
I mean, that's a trend. And the moment that they come into power, they forget, and I think this urge and this desperation to remain in power is so strong. And, so one last thing is that we need to bring back, people to value politics and to vote, because we see apathy across board. And when apathy settles in, there's a void, and when the void happens, then you have, all sorts of malignant forces that enter the process and create a situation that might be of no return. So for me, agency, space for decision making, autonomy is very important for us to make our mistakes and own our mistakes. It's our mistakes, it's not others making us make those mistakes. So, I mean, it's rather philosophical and it's rather but I think we need to start from that value ladder to be able to recreate the trust in politics, recreate the trust in our institution, and that people can be the drivers of change.
I very much appreciate your point of making it understandable and relatable to people. And for that, if those of us who can remember when we started in Eastern Europe, it was freedom. Freedom was the concept.
Yeah.
And what everybody was talking about was freedom and truth. Truth was also extremely important as a concept, and as we know from the founder of this forum and the probably most famous essay in a long time, if not of all times in at least 20th century, was this Havel's essay, Living in Truth. This was actually, democracy came later as a concept. We started with something that everybody could relate to, which was you personally want to feel and be free. And you also refuse to be lied to. Because that was, lying was, of course, it's in vogue again, but lying was a big instrument of the authoritarian and dictatorial regimes in the old days. And something that was also mentioned, and if I may end this with a short question to you, good leaders. We lack good leaders. How do we, where do we look for them? Is it something that can replace people like, I don't know, Adam Michnik, Geremek, Havel, Elmer Hankish, incredible people that led in the first years of transformation in Eastern Europe?
Oh, what a tough question. But what I think is that we don't lack leaders, but we lack support to them and among civil society. And now it's so easy to challenge someone with all the hate speech and all the hoaxes and fake news, because it's spreading so quickly, and this is a huge challenge for all of us to really not, with all these things we are facing in the politics as well, not only in politics but as well in the society, for all the people who are doing something, and I mean, for example, scientists as well, all people who are in arts and other fields. We all are facing this, and it's only for strong personalities. Of course, those people were as well strong personalities. They faced many difficulties and obstacles in their lives, such as they were in prison and so. I'm thinking about Volodymyr Zelensky, for example, as a true leader for these days. We can see that we have leaders, but what they need, they really need to feel the support of the people who are like-minded and who are thinking in the same way. And at the same time, I think what's important, back to the basics, because now it's the same. We are lacking the truth sometimes, because it's overwhelming all of us, all the environment, all these hoax, fake news, and another word for this, it's not the truth, it's, of course, the lie. And that's why I think we all should be asking for the truth from politicians, and for the truth of the rest of society as well, because this is important. And what I think is the last thought, when you were talking about democracy, Madeleine Albright said, democracy has to deliver. This is the thing. Democracy has to deliver to all the people. And we should have on our mind all the time that this is something which is meaningful, but prosperity, human rights, and as well dignity of people is not in any other type of the system, only in democracy. And it's true that maybe we should not talk too much about democracy. We should talk about these things which are such meaningful for keeping it. And this is still the process. It's the process to keep the democracy everywhere. It's up to us.
Thank you very much. We are about 6.5 minutes over time. So I will give you each a very short, because also Nuri wants and Tamara. So go ahead.
Two points, picking up what Marketa was saying about the fake news. The disinformation today is a state policy in China, for example. TikTok has 150 million subscribers in the United States. TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance has a contract with the Ministry of Public Security and a joint venture with 2 Chinese state-owned media. So today, the international news consumers, specifically youth, are getting their news from the CCP. So that's something to think about. And then the other thing, when we talk about the Chinese telecommunication technology, keep in mind that they are wiring the world. Once that cell tower is up, submarines are installed, you're locked in. It's not easy to replace, easy to remove. So be very, very mindful when we advocate for privacy, the real news. We have to keep in mind that there's something very big happening in the background.
Thank you. Please.
Just one word. I think it's important for us to understand, with all the goodwill that comes from democratic societies and from democratic values, we have to understand that democracy has to be with the feast. And it does have to be able to protect itself. And that means being ready to give a rough response to those who are trying to attack the very basics of it. And that's sometimes it's a technological response, sometimes it's economic response, sometimes it's military response, but we should not be afraid to act. And this is something that where democracy feels weak, when it is hoping that maybe by talking we can get to the point with those who actually do not understand any arguments. So it's about our strength and readiness to act to protect what we believe in.
Thank you. It has been, sorry, we're way over time. I want to thank the panel. I want to thank Forum 2000 and the staff, Jakub Klepal, and all the people that worked on this, which was amazing. And let our panel leave you with the 4 concepts that we need to bring back and put in the center. This is freedom, truth, leadership, and proactive democracy.
Solidarity.
There are a few others, yeah. But let's stick with these. And I have also one more task, and this is to remind you that as you will be exiting this hall, you will receive pieces of paper on which you have to write, please write, the answer to the question. Imagine you're a journalist writing about this conference. What would be the headline of your article? So please write your headline. Thank you very much, Jakub. Thank you very much, our forum, and thank you very much, everybody, for being here and making this such an exciting 2.5 days.